بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all in the opening of the Symposium of Pathways to Reduce Carbon Emissions in the Petroleum Downstream Industries, which is being held from April 23 to 24, 2025, with the participation of distinguished group of experts and decision makers from the Arab countries and relevant regional and international organizations. This symposium is being held in its second edition following the success of the first edition held in June last year. It has become an important platform for exchanging knowledge and expertise on a practical solution for reducing carbon emission in the downstream oil and petrochemical industries. In this regard, we would like to acknowledge the outstanding role played by the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia in the success of the first edition, under the direct guidance of His Royal Highness Princess Abdulaziz bin Salman, Ministry of Energy. Now we will proceed with the opening remarks. The first speech will be delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Khalid Al-Mhayed, Deputy Minister of Sustainability and Climate Change of Saudi Arabia. Please welcome him.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حقيقة أولاً يعني حبيت أوصل لكم ترحيب سمو الأمير عبد العزيز بن سلمان وزير الطاقة للجميع هنا، وسعادته بأنه هذه الندوة يعني صارت ندوة دورية ولله الحمد. فيعني حبيت أني أبدأ بهذا الكلام. أولاً الكلمة اليوم حتتخصص تقريباً بثلاثة مواضيع إن شاء الله. الموضوع الأول ودنا أننا نهني أوابك بالحوكمة الجديدة وببرنامجهم الجديد وبالصفحة الجديدة اللي حطوها لنا. حقيقة كانت مهمة جداً بالنسبة لنا. ثانياً كان ودنا نشوف بالضبط إحنا رؤيتنا هنا في المملكة كيف نرى إن شاء الله هذه الحوكمة الجديدة بإذن الله تقدم إلى يعني العمل الكبير الآن اللي بنقوم فيه، ليس فقط في مجال الطاقة ولكن في مجال تحولاتها أيضاً، اللي هو موضوع مهم جداً حقيقة. وأخيراً نلقي نظرة بسيطة على التحديات اللي حتواجهنا إن شاء الله فيما يتعلق بالكاب 30 إن شاء الله القادم. إذا تسمحوا لي الكلمة حتكون بالإنجليزي، وعلى أساس أنه الجميع يكون مشارك في هذه الندوة. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, a very good morning to all and welcome to Saudi Arabia. It is truly our pleasure to host you here in Riyadh for the second time and to discuss the pathways for carbon management and carbon emission reduction in the downstream industries. As I said, first we would like to start with congratulating on the impressive involvement of the Arab Energy Organization, AEO, which has become more inclusive of diverse energy sources. This entails the embrace of emission avoidance technologies, abatement technologies, and carbon removal technologies. We know for a fact that downstream can only be able to meet their net zero ambitions by making sure that they are open to all solutions, as has been outlined in the IPCC science in their latest IPCC report. So inclusiveness of all solutions is extremely important vision for us, hopefully in this organization, to make sure that we are really simulating the energy trilemma. Energy trilemma, as we all know, it is energy security, affordability, as well as climate change. All of them are important. All of them need to be addressed at the same time. And the only way we really think that this could happen is by making sure that this energy trilemma is implemented and fully taken into account. So again, this is a testament to the organization's agility to spread tailored climate action, while also balancing two other critical pillars in the trilemma. Yes, the vision we look at this stage is a vision or an approach that look at it from a different approach that has been taken outside this region. We look at it from an energy security as well as affordability angle, while at the same time we need to see how can we also at the same time meet the requirements for the climate change goals that we have. And that does not mean that climate change is not important or at the lower part of that trilemma, but I think it is all equal, and we really need to see how we can address it with an emphasis on energy security and affordability. So our gathering here today is product of rich legacy this esteemed organization and its partner have taken over the years. Since its foundation in 1968, its unwavering dedication and thoughtful leadership from the members of the Arab Organization Group, Arab Energy Organization, resulted in an array of impactful outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of energy security and affordability is no stranger to us. With COP30 on the horizon, it's important to dismantle the limiting barriers that delay collective progress and place our trust in the science. And in that regard, the science, especially recognizing the journey to net zero, can only be achievable through deployment of all clean energy technologies. A shifted focus for climate negotiations to climate collaboration in COP30 would be a great way to achieve our climate ambitions. And basically, this is the goal that we are really hoping for in COP30. We would like to see how can we fulfill the cycle that we have started with in 2020, where we started with ambition and mitigation, and then we moved to ambition and adaptation in Egypt, and then we moved into reviewing the agreement in the UAE, where we came up with a GST that would review where we are and where we should be going. And then we followed up that with the finance part of it, so that is the enablement part, and this has happened in Baku. Now I think the real thing that we need to push and look for is that how can make all that cycle move into collaboration, especially indices are going to be finalized this year, and those indices will fully rely on collaboration and cooperation for them to move forward. And we will, Saudi Arabia, as well as many of our neighbors here, will be working very hard to make sure that that cooperation happens, whether it is north-south or south-south. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us showcase the region's successes and positive stride already made in this critical sector, and in hope to develop this program further in the future. And of course, this workshop is going to be an important meeting for us to see how we can achieve and move that agenda forward. Over the next 2 days, let's explore the advanced technologies for addressing emissions in petrochemicals, learn from the organization's member countries' best practices, and identify the challenges and opportunities laying ahead of us. So I would like to thank all audience for making the journey here, and my sincere gratitude to the organizers for bringing us together once again. I wish all of you a successful and fruitful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for His Excellency. The second speech will be delivered by His Excellency Mr. Jassim Shirawi, Secretary General of International Energy Forum, and will be presented by Dr. Ali Samawi on his behalf. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to speak today on behalf of His Excellency Jassim Shirawi. He asked me to extend his warmest greeting to all participants. Unfortunately, he is unable to join us today due to pre-planned commitments with OPEC and the IEA outside the kingdom. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for hosting this remarkable session. It's a great pleasure for the International Energy Forum to share its perspectives alongside leaders from diverse organizations and distinguished experts. Together, we are sharpening our focus on effective pathways to reduce carbon emissions in the petroleum downstream sector. This session is taking place at a time marked by significant uncertainties surrounding global economic growth, international trade, and most importantly, energy security. The world is confronting significant challenges in achieving decarbonization across all sectors. Industrial activity contributes a substantial portion of greenhouse gas emissions. Advancing comprehensive decarbonization strategy within the downstream petroleum sector is essential to ensuring operational resilience, enhancing energy security, and promoting market stability, while also delivering tangible environmental benefits. The IEF continues to encourage both producer and consumer countries to incentivize their focus on advancing carbon management solutions, particularly carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies, by increasing investment in their development and deployment. The IEF has launched several sustainable-related initiatives, such as the Methane Mitigation Initiative in collaboration with Kairos in 2021. It employs satellite imagery and AI tools to monitor and measure methane emissions. The Global Energy Solution Initiative with S&P Global is another example that brought together 350 participants in 11 dialogues and roundtables in 7 locations across the world during 2022 and 2023. Expanding this initiative is being considered. The IEF also helped to initiate the Carbon Management Challenge, which brings together 20 countries to accelerate the scale-up of carbon capture technologies and set a storage target of 1 gigaton of CO2 per year by 2030. Reducing emissions is needed, but the transition to a green economy must be just and orderly for all. Failing to align carbon action with sustainable development often poses risks to ecosystems, economic prosperity, and human well-being. Many governments and businesses have recognized carbon management technologies as one of the primary tools for addressing climate challenges. Here, the rising climate ambition of many countries will lead to clean industrial renewal at home and turn the region into a trailblazer for the world. Over the next decade, the region will provide at least 50 megaton of CCUS capacity, more than is available worldwide today, and become a major producer of clean hydrogen and base material, including petrochemicals and clean steel. Deploying more of these technologies in MENA region will enhance competitiveness and boost export. Regional collaboration on the circular carbon economy, significant progress in the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, as well as the historic hosting of COP27 and COP28 by MENA countries, all demonstrate the region's commitment to globally shared climate and sustainable development goals. This is in addition to the more recent advancement in voluntary carbon markets. Carbon markets can play a crucial role in financing carbon management solution projects. By integrating CCUS technology, increasing carbon CO2 utilization, and by making use of digital technologies to increase efficiencies, refineries can maintain their competitiveness in a world that increasingly demands low carbon products. The circular carbon economy and carbon management challenge that the IEF continues to support provide viable framework to reduce carbon emissions from downstream petroleum sector through effective carbon management solutions. The growing demand for such technologies to combat climate change while reducing market volatility and affordable access for all presents a unique opportunity for entrepreneurs and investors to develop new business models and value chains. While government support and subsidies remain critical, they are not sufficient on their own to scale these solutions. Investment in clean technology must be from the mega to the giga scale to effectively address interrelated climate, reliability, and affordability challenges. Without ensuring energy security and maintaining market stability at affordable prices, climate goals will not be reached. The IEF calls to accelerate CCUS investment and prioritize emission intensity over color classification of the deployment of clean hydrogen has become even more critical in light of the multiple interlinked crises we face today. The coming months and years will be critical for restoring the market balance and strengthening investor confidence in the policy and technology solutions we need. Let us seize this opportunity to innovate, to invest, and to cooperate. The future of our industry is bright, but will continue to rely on the goodwill and trust producers and consumers built over the years. The International Energy Forum remains actively engaged and will continue to foster dialogue, leverage global markets, strengthen partnerships, and enhance data transparency in support of the just and orderly transition we all seek. I look forward to participating in today's discussion and gain deeper insight into the pathways to reducing emissions in the petroleum sector. Thank you so much.
And now I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Srehi, President of the Arab Council for Creativity and Innovation, to deliver his speech. Welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم. Welcome Mr. Khalid Al-Mahidi, Deputy of Minister of Sustainability and Change Climate. Welcome Dr. Jassim Al-Shirawi and also Dr. Ali Al-Masawi. Welcome the Secretary General Awabik member. Welcome Dr. Jamal Logani. Welcome to our attendance. I am pleased to be participating in this symposium. To our attendance, I am pleased. This is entitled The Path of Reducing Carbon Emission in Petroleum Industry in Riyadh. The Arab Council for Creativity and Innovation AXI, one of the civilized Council of Arab Union for Sustainability and Development and Environment, is supervised by the Deputy of Organizing and Federation in the League of Arab. AXI founded was in June 2021. The organization is led by volunteers in our country, Arab country, different disciplines, and 21 different Arab countries. Innovation through countries and collaborated with innovation and creativity centers and university and some of the club. Firstly, we contribute to environmental care through several ways. We also supported an innovative sustainability project. AXI worked projected to focus in the sustainable environmental solutions such as renewable energy projects and technology resource natural. Spreading environmental awareness by organized conferences, seminars, and workshops. The Council contributes in increasing environmental awareness among youth and society, reducing carbon emission through innovation and alternative solutions. AXI serves as collaborative platform to research, focus on the energy sources and environmental and water-terminated technology. AXI also worked as established partnership with environmental stakeholders, such as university and center, to support and encourage the implementing of environmental initiative. AXI supported to focus on creating green projects to contribute improving the environment and providing solution current environmental problem. Finally, our hope that there will actually be council to provide innovation solution in Arab world by adapting energy and partnership. AXI welcome to collaborate with everyone service, everyone agreed take the symposium management for the kind initiative and thank you all for you. And we hope to AXI will be in the Arab country to handle with a new initiative and also to contact with a university, with an institute to be handled to green environment. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite His Excellency Engineer Gamal Logani, the General Secretary of WABIC. Please.
أسعد الله صباحكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency Mr. Khalid Al Muhaid, Deputy Minister, Sustainability and Climate Change, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the second edition of the Symposium on Pathways to Reduce Carbon Emission in the Petroleum Downstream Industry. This edition builds on the success of the first symposium held last year in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and reflects our commitment to sustainability in refining and petrochemical. I would like to extend my profound appreciation to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for his continued support and dedication to the success of the symposium in both editions, as well as to their excellencies, the ministers of energy and petroleum from AWABIC member countries, for their contribution in nominating experts to enrich this technical dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, the oil, gas, petrochemical industry face challenges due to competition, and evolving environmental legislation requiring enhanced efficiency and reduced emission. However, advanced technology turn these challenges into opportunities. Significant progress has been made in carbon capture and storage, low emission feedstock, carbon recycling, and renewable energy integration. These advancements enhance efficiency while reducing environmental impact. Ladies and gentlemen, our APEC member countries have taken an active role in sustainability, implementing projects to reduce their carbon footprint and transition to a low-carbon economy. Their commitment was highlighted at COP28 in the United Arab Emirates, where they showcased their initiatives. Member countries are leading sustainability efforts through a range of initiatives. For example, Saudi Arabia has launched the Saudi Green Initiative and Middle East Green Initiative. This ambitious initiative aims to reduce carbon emission, plant 10 billion trees, and protect 30% of the kingdom's land and marine area. By adopting a circular carbon economy model and accelerating the transition to green economy, Saudi Arabia seeks to achieve net zero emission by 2060. The United Arab Emirates introduced the Al Riyadh carbon capture project, while Algeria has expanded its carbon capture and renewable energy projects. Both Kuwait and Qatar have implemented advanced gas treatment technology, and Bahrain has hosted forums focused on carbon emission reduction. Iraq is concentrating on energy efficiency to limit emission, and Egypt is advancing efforts in sustainability, green investment, and emission reduction projects. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worth recognizing the visionary leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which continues to drive the future of energy by balancing sustainable energy transition with maintaining the strategic role of hydrocarbon. This is evident in the strong support for restructuring our APEC into the Arab Energy Organization, reflecting its progressive vision for integrating renewable energy with traditional resources for more sustainable energy future. Ladies and gentlemen, this symposium underscores our APEC commitment to sustainable development in the oil and gas sector and fostering Arab and international cooperation. I'm confident our discussion will lead to effective solution for more sustainable petroleum industry. Finally, I would like to thank you all and wish you all a successful symposium. Thank you very much.
Now we will move to the gift exchange ceremony. Allow to invite His Excellency Engineer Jamal Lugani, the Secretary General of OPEC, to exchange the gifts for His Excellency Dr. Nasser Al-Dosari, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, and the Kingdom Saudi Arabia representative for the Exclusive Bureau, which will be received on his behalf by Dr. Haysam Al-Auda. His Excellency Mr. Khaled Al-Muhayyid, Deputy Minister of Sustainability and Climate Change of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Mr. Jassim Al-Shirawi, the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, which will be received on his behalf by Dr. Al-Samawi, please. His Excellency Dr. Al-Sarihi. And now for His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Al-Haqbani, Secretary General of the Committee of Petrochemical Manufacturers at the Federation of Saudi Arabia Chambers. We kindly ask the distinguished speakers for the opening sessions to join us for a group photo. Dr. Muhayyid, Dr. Sabawi, Dr. Sarihi, His Excellency. Excuse me, we will continue our sessions. I would like to begin the first discussion session titled Global Trends in Reducing Carbon Emissions, which will be moderated by Dr. Walid Matar from CAPSARC. Also, I would like to invite all the speakers to the stage. His Excellency, Mr. Raj, Mr. Salah Mahdi, the floor is yours.
Thank you all for attending this session and the symposium. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Walid Matar from CAPSARC. I'm an energy modeler. I am pleased, I'm thrilled to chair a session today that deals from clean cooking potential in Africa to trends in downstream carbon emissions in the petroleum sector. So the way this session will go is each presenter will speak, and then immediately after we'll have a brief 5-minute question and answer before we move on to the next presenter. So the first presenter today is His Excellency Anibor Kragala. Kraga, I'm sorry. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the African Refiners and Distributors Association. He has previously held the position of Chief Operating Officer at the NNPC Refineries Directorate. So, Mr. Kraga, please.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'd like to thank the organizers, OPEC, for inviting ARDA to this session, and I'm very happy to be back in the kingdom. This is actually my 3rd time in the kingdom, but I must say I wish I had planned my travel a bit better, because if I had known, I would have come a bit earlier so I could have gone to the Grand Prix and watched Lewis Hamilton, even though he came 7th, but it would have been a great experience, so I'm very happy to be here. I'm here to provide a different perspective from, I believe, the other speakers, because I'm here to talk about what carbon emissions means for Africa. I'm sure we're going to hear about CCUS and other different initiatives, but I want to point out that Africa is growing rapidly. 1 in 2 people born globally between now and 2040 will be African. Our energy demand is going to grow 55% over that period. By 2050, 1 in 4 people globally is going to be African. 3 of the top 10 populations in the world, Nigeria at number 3, the Democratic Republic of Congo at number 8, and Ethiopia at number 9 are going to be African. So what do we need in Africa, and what do we need to advocate for from a decarbonization perspective as we look towards the next couple of decades? And that's why we're focusing at ARDA on clean cooking, and why this is a now. We need this now, and why this is practical, and why we believe that this is the kind of forum that we need to help us advocate for this. So I'm going to briefly cover a bit about my association, talk about what is the real cost of energy poverty on the continent, why is LPG important for decarbonization for us, some of the initiatives going on, and how we must treat LPG as a priority. So what is ARDA? ARDA is the African Refiners and Distributors Association. We were created about 20 years ago as the African Refiners Association, but we changed our name in 2017 to incorporate the entire downstream value chain, which is not just refining, but also includes independent marketers, distributors, and very important regulators. Our role is to promote exchange of best practices across all those stakeholders and champion investments across the downstream supply chain on the continent. Last but not least, something that has become incredibly topical over the last couple of years with geopolitical issues, we are promoting African energy security. We want to maximize production of African crude oil, process it in our refineries, produce cleaner fuels, and transport them across the continent for all of our citizens. Now, I want to start this by talking about why we have a different perspective on energy transition and emissions in Africa. When you look at cumulative CO2 emissions to date, the biggest contributors have been the EU and North America with 33% apiece. All of Africa combined has only contributed cumulatively less than 3%. And that number is actually inflated. When you back out North Africa, the North African countries, and South Africa, which are more industrialized, the remaining 48 countries in Africa have only contributed 0.55% of carbon emissions. So we have a very different perspective when it comes to what we need to get done on the continent. At ARDA, we actually have 3 pillars for what we're focusing on for energy transition for our downstream sector. The first is cleaner transport and cooking fuels, upgrading our refineries to produce cleaner, lower sulfur fuels and value-added petrochemicals. Of course, replacing biomass with LPG as a cleaner cooking alternative, and storage and distribution infrastructure initiatives. Second one, of course, new energies, biofuels, bio-LPG and the like, ammonia, hydrogen, and sustainable aviation fuel. And last but not least, cleaner primary energy sources for power, replacing coal and oil by natural gas. With all due respect to electric vehicles, the first time one of my best friends saw a Tesla in Lagos, true story, he went to the gentleman and asked him, "My friend, this is a wonderful car, but I have a question. How do you power it?" With all due respect, the gentleman had a little generator in the back of his car. So for Africa, we love EVs and all of that, but that is not our priority right now. We need to really take care of our primary energy sources. So let's talk about energy poverty in Africa. You know, when you talk about energy transition, you have to have energy to transition. So it's a very different perspective for us. 600 million people in Africa lack access to electricity. 43% of those in sub-Saharan Africa and 28% of the rural populations don't have access to it. More than 80% of our population in sub-Saharan Africa relies on traditional biomass. And you know, this cooking activities contribute about 1 billion tons of CO2 a year. Now, what is the actual cost to us? And this is why I'm really focusing on LPG as a cleaner cooking option for reducing carbon emissions. Our GDP growth is reduced by 2 to 4% every year. We lost an average of 3.9 million hectares annually from 2010 to 2020. That's about the size of Switzerland every year that we lose, okay? About 1 million premature deaths annually. And when you look at indoor air pollution, we get more deaths from that than malaria, HIV, and tuberculosis combined. This is an existential issue for us, and we need to ensure that we can focus on this seriously going forward. So why am I bringing this forward? Why is LPG important for decarbonization for the continent? So globally, and I'm sure we're going to hear about this over the next couple of days, decarbonization focuses on power generation, road, air, sea transport, industrial and commercial applications, which is fantastic. But for where I'm coming from, 1 billion people in Africa still cook with biomass. And of course, there's pollution, CO2 emissions associated with that. And it's mostly dependent on women. They have to go out, get the firewood, very, very time-consuming and non-value-adding, and of course, the aforementioned forest degradation. So the world is moving away from biomass as a clean cooking fuel. 70% of the solution is LPG. Burning wood, I will repeat this, burning wood generates 5 times the carbon emissions than LPG per unit of cooking heat. 5 times. And by 2030, if care is not taken, 1 billion people will still not have access to clean cooking. So this is a clear decarbonization potential. And I heard, you know, we've been talking about COP. I've been to the last 3 or 4 COPs. We must start to bring this to the forefront as what is required, because like I started this by talking about the population potential, the growth, the energy demand that's growing. If we don't start to look at LPG as a real source of reducing carbon emissions in Africa, we're going to have a serious issue on our hand, and we're not really going to address it as holistically as we need to. This is the IEA's evaluation of LPG versus other primary energy heating sources, and you can see LPG is number 1 by far. But what's ironic is that LPG does not get carbon credits compared to some of these other methods here, which is one of the things that's impacting its adoption across Africa. When you look at the per capita consumption in Africa compared to the rest of the world, the average in Africa recently is about 12 kilograms per capita. Here in the Middle East, it's about 5 times that. In North America, it's 10 times that. Okay? Countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo and Ethiopia, which I mentioned, are growing and have massive populations, little or no LPG adoption there. Why is this? High upfront costs to adopt. Regulations are not really clear. And of course, lack of access to carbon financing, which is an inbuilt kind of subsidy that's required. So subsidies are required. The countries across Africa, like Cote d'Ivoire and others that have really scaled up their LPG adoption, they've had to use subsidies, but it's very capex intensive. And when you look at the fiscal position of most African countries today, we can barely afford to subsidize gasoline and other petroleum products, much less LPG. So we're advocating that this organization and other platforms like this start to support us on this drive to include LPG as a real option for carbon emissions reduction. So there are different initiatives across the continent. There's subsidized and non-subsidized LPG, like I mentioned. Efficient biomass cook stoves, not as efficient, but they're there. Pay-as-you-go, biodigesters, and the like. But carbon credits are an internationally financed subsidy that make it more affordable. But up till now, LPG is excluded because it's viewed as a hydrocarbon. Ironically, thousands of improved biomass stove projects have access to carbon credits. So our view is that in addition to all the technology that's going to be discussed, I really would like to advocate that you support Africa in the drive to ensure that we start to get carbon credits for LPG projects because they have been proven to reduce carbon emissions in Africa. So we must prioritize this, and what do we need? We need vocal support for this. Despite its status as a hydrocarbon, it has been proven to reduce carbon emissions. We need champions at the highest level of all your governments. We need strong alignment across the multiple ministries, whether it's energy, petroleum, environment. All these stakeholders must be involved. Local and international advocacy. When you go to COP, remember this is what Africa needs. I will be there championing it, and I hope you will support us there as well. Different approaches, okay? It's not one size fits all. Remember, we are the 2.73% contributors to emissions. Our solutions for carbon emissions reductions will not be the same as what Europe needs at this point in time. And we need ambitious investments to actually deliver this, and different G2G agreements. I started by talking about Formula One, but I will say this again. I think his name is Oscar Piastri, he won. He's only, I think, 23 years old. Lewis Hamilton has been racing for more years, 34 years, than he has been alive. My question to you is this. If you were investors and had an opportunity to invest in Lewis Hamilton's F1 career 34 years ago, would you have done it? Africa is at that point in its LPG and energy story. And basically, my question to you is, will you support Africa in developing LPG solutions that will address decarbonization on its journey to having the largest population in the world by 2050? Thank you very much for your attention.
Does anybody have any questions to Mr. Akraga? Yes, please.
Yes. First of all, thank you for the surprising facts, to be honest, and considering the 1 billion people still using the wood for cooking. I was just wondering, since you mentioned you don't have access to carbon credits, some also even for voluntary carbon credits. So was LPG adaptation part of certain NDCs to ensure that you're getting some fund from the Green Climate Fund? Because as you mentioned, for LPG adaptation, you need it's capex intensive, and you need let's say commercial demand for it.
So if I understand your question, are the African NDCs actually taking this into account as in the search for carbon credits? Definitely, we're advocating so we have about 80 members across Africa, which are a lot of the NOCs and the like. So we're definitely advocating for that. We also have support, definitely have worked in the past with organizations like the Oil Sustainability Program of the Kingdom, who are actually focused on, I think, 750 million, getting 750 million people to take up LPG. So there are efforts ongoing in that regard. But it's one thing to make an effort, it's another thing for the effort to be received. So when you go to COP, and my role when I go to COP is to say, listen, I hear what you're saying, but we're the 2.73% guys. It's not one size fits all. From a climate justice perspective, you have to listen to us and listen to what we want to accomplish. And as I've demonstrated and has been internationally recognized, LPG for clean cooking is definitely an opportunity to reduce carbon emissions. So that's essentially what we're doing. So, but in summary, yes, we are definitely asking the NTCs to take that into account. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. This is Rufaida Al-Yamani from the Ministry of Energy. So we have the upcoming G20 presidency in South Africa. And I wonder how was the LPG and clean cooking plays a role in the first priority, which is energy security and affordability. If you can give us some insights on that, thank you.
Well, thank you. So one of the organizations we're working with is the World Liquid Gas Association, who's actually working on a study to present at the G20 in South Africa. And our perspective is essentially this. When you're looking at countries that you should be supporting for, in terms of LPG adoption, which they do, please ensure that the countries are the countries where you have the biggest impact. So like I mentioned, 3 of the top 10 countries globally by 2050 will be African: Nigeria, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ethiopia. How many of those countries are included in those discussions? Last time we checked, only Nigeria was. So our role is to advocate, to say, yes, essentially keep going ahead, but please don't forget that you need to actually have significant uptake, okay? So if you're going to smaller countries, while we appreciate that, if I count a couple of the countries there, the entire populations are not up to the size of Lagos, where I live. So we need to ensure that we also focus on scale and ensuring that we have solutions that can, and that's what we're contributing to those discussions that are coming up in South Africa. No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Sorry? Yeah. So next we'll have Mr. Jajaria. He's a petroleum engineer with 50 years of experience at various organizations like ADNOC, Oil India, ONGC, and Gulf Downstream Association. He was instrumental in establishing the GDA's platform and has led to initiatives in risk management and energy optimization. So thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning, Salaam Alaikum. Did you know yesterday was Earth Day? 22nd April 1970, 20 million people in America came to the streets protesting against the industrial pollution to the climate. And 55 years later, we are still debating the same issue. That's the backdrop in which I would like to start my presentation. Allow me to say a few words about who I represent. BECT is an independent 60-year-old company which is engineering consulting services. It has more than 1,000 subject matter experts who have spent at least 30 to 35 years in the industry from all the disciplines of the downstream industry. It can be looked at as a complete central engineering partner of any operator to provide the day-to-day operations support, to provide emergency response support, to do the business improvement projects and also any large scale transition. So from on demand to even millions of dollars of project. And our solutions can be tailored to a specific challenge. And the challenge can be in the day-to-day running and maintaining, for example, fire heater management, which consumes so much of energy. It can be a strategic improvement, for example, energy transition, we are all talking about and worried about. Energy decarbonization. Now, all of these studies require expertise, and we have a range of experts to address these challenges. In case of execution excellence, we can do all kind of reviews and audits, and all of our actions are supported by digital solutions which we have developed in-house, and also we provide a range of rich library of courses, public and private, and also we develop competency. So with that, I would like to start my presentation, and I will cover first some targets. We'll refresh our memory. What did we set our targets for? And then we'll look at our current status, and then we'll see what is the relevance of petroleum industry in this whole play. And finally, I will conclude with some Middle East advantages. Just a legal requirement, I will read this last statement. Attendees and readers are cautioned that any forward-looking statements and projections are not guarantees of future performance, and that actual results may differ materially from those in the forward-looking statements. So, in 2016, 194 countries came together to sign an agreement that we will limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degree above the pre-industrial level. And to achieve this target, we must keep the gas emission peak before 2025. We are already in 2025. Have we reached that peak, or is the peak still going to come? We don't know. And also we agreed that we will decline this emission by 43% by 2030. Now, we all know scope 1, which is the direct combustion of fuel in the industries, contributes to maximum 58% of emissions. And then it is followed by scope 2, which is indirect purchase of electricity and heat. That contributes to 22%. So imagine, less electricity we use, more we contribute to the betterment of the environment. Scope 3, which is the value chain, logistics, supply, even our household day-to-day life usage, all of this is contributing around 20%. So the maximum attention is on scope 1, because that is where we can do something. And that's where our responsibility as the petroleum industry lies. Where are we today? Despite all the efforts in solar, wind, nuclear, and EVs, we are still 2024 highest peak as compared to 2029. So imagine the demand growth going and exceeding the alternative energies. This is the problem, this is the dilemma, that whatever we are doing in solar, wind, nuclear, and EVs is being eaten away by the demand growth. Therefore, the emissions is continuously rising. So when will the peak come? We don't know yet, and we need to be worried about it. What's the relevance of petroleum industry? In 2024, the oil consumption increased by 0.8%, marginal 0.8%. But interestingly, the emissions related to this increased only by 0.3%. And you may wonder why. Because 70% of this increase went to the petrochemical feedstock, where we could arrest the carbon emission. So there is a statement I would like to say also, that all our petroleum industry is heavily investing in the cleaner energy, alternative energy, decarbonization, and integrating the refinery with the petrochemical so that we can arrest this carbon as much as possible. And therefore we can say that we are not retreating, we are adapting. We are not retreating, we are not running away from the challenge, we are adapting. This was a chart recently published by S&P Global, and they provided 5 scenarios, 3 scenarios which are related to what we are doing now. First one is the inflections, which is based on the current plan and current assumptions related to what we are doing, all our efforts. But look at the interesting result. Even at 2100, with all our efforts which we are currently putting in, the temperature will go 2.4 degree as against 1.5 degree target. Now, change it to another scenario where we take the green revolution, almost like green rules revolution, on national emergency. Every country takes it as a national emergency to combat this emission. Change to alternative energy, move away from hydrocarbon. Even then, by 2100, we will be at 1.8 degrees centigrade. And look at the third scenario, which is, I could not say whether it reflects the current scenario, discord. People move away from the agreement. There are geopolitics disturbances, and there are no agreement on unified technology or approach. Then the disaster is waiting for us. 2100, 3.1 degrees centigrade. God alone knows what will happen to the earth, which country will go under the water, and what will happen to our life. So S&P Global is projecting or suggesting that in order to reach 1.5 degrees centigrade, we have to do one of the two or both. Accelerated carbon capture, accelerated, not simply CCUS, accelerated carbon capture, and also multi-tech mitigation. We have to use all the technology at our disposal. So now let me run through a very high level samples of the international oil companies' effort. They have already invested and are investing. So for example, ExxonMobil, they are developing the world's largest CCUS project in Houston, and this is aiming to capture 50 megaton per annum by 2030. Shell, they are operating Quest CCS in Canada, and they are developing Polaris CCS in Alberta. Chevron, Gorgon CCS in Australia, and although they are not performing as expected, they are still continuing. Total Energies, they are active in Northern Lights, Norway, Aramis, Netherlands, and they are also exploring CCUS hubs in Asia, for which we have great potential. Methane reduction. We know methane is even worse. It stays for a very long time in the air. And in order to reduce that, we have to put in extra effort. We don't talk much about it. BP, Shell, and Total Energies, they have committed, they have given their commitment to oil and gas methane partnership. And under that, it's a UN-led framework for the reporting of methane and also controlling the methane production. Equinor, they are targeting near zero methane intensity on Norwegian continental shelf. Again, it's already world's lowest. So methane reduction is another area where we need to focus. Electrification is one area where we can do a lot of work to decarbonize. Shell is already powering all their operations with solar and electrified equipment. Total Energy in France is collaborating with Air Liquide to supply low carbon hydrogen and electrify steam production. And that will cut down 650,000 plus tons of CO2 every year. ExxonMobil in the Baytown complex is pilot testing the use of electric steam crackers and advanced heat pump. These are the areas where we need to develop our engineering skill and do a lot of research, because the more we move to the electrification and move away from burning the fossil fuel, the better we will be achieving our target. Blue and green hydrogen, I don't need to talk much, although I gave only 2 examples. We all know in the Gulf and elsewhere, everyone is targeting green hydrogen or blue hydrogen. But let's look at the real demand. Apologies for my dry throat. What are we facing today in our day-to-day life? Do we see concerted effort in one direction? Sadly, no. Many of the international oil companies, despite the net zero pledges, are investing in the upstream projects. And in fact, they have delayed their targets. They are showing reluctance in making more investment in the green. Petrochemical and transportation is the sector which is fueling the global demand, and it will continue to do so in the future also. We need to look at that. And why people are investing more in the exploration activities? Because the return on investment from the hydrocarbon is still outpaces the green ventures. It's very expensive. It's not profitable. So why shareholders should accompany you and join you in your journey? That's another challenge we need to focus on. So what is the practical approach? The practical approach is that CO2 strategy should include that demand will persist. And in order to meet this demand, we need to decarbonize. So decarbonization and meeting the energy security is the way forward. That's the pragmatic approach. We should not be blind on either side. And I'm sure we have seen that so many regional players and regional efforts are being invested. Now let's look at what's likely to happen. This is like a crystal ball view. By 2050, it is feasible. What is feasible by 2050? This is what this chart is showing. Perhaps in the road transport and power generation, we will be able to achieve a good amount of success in replacing the hydrocarbon. But in all other sectors, we will barely reach 50%. This is the feasibility point of view. That means putting all the factors in the equation, what is feasible? This is what is feasible, according to the references I have given below. So I heard in the keynote speeches, we need to balance. We need to balance between our energy security and decarbonization. That balance, how in region we can achieve. So how can we reduce the CO2 and also meet the growing demand of the oil? So we need to remain competitive, and also we need to be sustainable. We cannot lose one of the for the other. Now here are the bright spots. Middle East definitely can lead through incorporating hydrogen, CCUS, and alternative feedstocks. We have that potential. And we can lead technically grounded, financially realistic, and regionally secure energy transitions. We have the fund, we have the willpower, we have the technology. And last but not the least, we should not close our eye on the challenge of life cycle waste asset management. How do we dispose of the solar panels after it has run its life? Is it very safe? We need to think about that. We don't talk much about it, but it is critical. So we need to put everything in our equation. Once I was talking to somebody in London in one of the conference, and I asked him, what is your life cycle carbon emission or carbon footprint for a battery? You know, and he said, it's 0. I said, okay, so where do you mine? In mining, are you using green energy for the chemical and for the material? He said, no, we are not measuring it. So this is the problem. We don't measure. And since we don't measure, we miss it. And there is a greenwashing. Many people do greenwashing on their corporate strategy. That greenwashing has to be avoided. We need to be true to our own activity. So what can we do? What are the Middle East advantages? And this is very, very bright spot, I would say, and this is the silver lining for the Middle East. We are uniquely positioned to become a global export hub for the low carbon solutions. We generate, we develop, and we export. And that we do with the competitive pricing because we have advantages. 2 minutes? Okay. We are also close to Europe and Asia both. And we already have our export infrastructure. We need to focus on hydrogen and ammonia fuel exports because we have the capacity to produce the blue hydrogen, and then that export is in form of ammonia. Aramco has started it a few years ago, and I know ADNOC is also going in the similar directions. And one more interesting thing I heard from one of the speakers in the opening session that Saudi is developing the largest CCUS project, which means what? We can offer CCUS as a service to the international operators. Bring your carbon, we will store it here. Some successes already mentioned in the Saudi and UAE. We all know about it. There are many more which I have not been able to put it here, but we know about regional effort in hydrogen, alternative energy, solar, wind, all the directions people are making huge investment. Now, decarbonization should not be equated to deindustrialization. We often think that, oh, decarbonization, I have to shut down my industry. No. All we have to do is invest the right expertise, right technology, and right finance. BECT has the expertise to give you the solution, the right technology, choose the right technology, and implement it rightly at a cost which is competitive. In all of these areas, I will not go through them. We can do the due diligence study, we can do the conceptual feasibility study, we can develop a roadmap for the energy transition all the way up to 2050 or whatever may be your target. We can go look at your current situation, current asset. Are they performing at best energy? Can we reduce the loss? So many things we can do, and you need expertise, and that's where the BECT steps in. With that, I will conclude on these points. Let's be honest, road to the net zero target is not easy. it should not be looked at a cakewalk. There are challenges. There are challenges we know now, and there will be challenges which we do not know now yet. And as we speak, there are growing challenges all across the world. Now, 2025 has become a pivot in shifting the emission peak. We thought it will be done before 2025, not likely. And the global dependence on hydrocarbon is not going to go away even in 2050. It will remain more than 50%. You have seen the S&P global scenarios. So minimizing the carbon emission while maximizing the energy is the only way forward. We cannot ignore energy security. We cannot ignore the environment. So the balance is reduce carbon, produce more. And Gulf states, all of us are uniquely placed to export both energy and emission solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jajaria. Before we go to the audience, I want to just highlight a point you mentioned on slide 10. It was showing that even though the global temperature change is maintained at 1.5 degrees Celsius or so below the baseline, the GDP growth is similar.
Around 2.5.
Yeah, similar or even higher.
Yeah.
For one of the scenarios.
Yeah. So basically, GDP is the sustenance of the economy. We cannot ignore that. No country will sacrifice the progress and development of their people for anything. We have just heard about Africa, energy poverty. 1 billion people don't have even access to electricity. What will they transition to? From where will they transition? They are using biomass. You understand? For the GDP has to be maintained.
Okay. If there are any further questions from the audience, so yes, Nasser.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I'm Nasser Ouda from CAPSARC. Obviously, I like the decarbonization discussion and strategy for oil and gas. As you said, hydrocarbons will continue to be present, and this is something we need to think about. One of the challenges I come across when I start thinking about decarbonization for the oil and gas is collaboration with other industries, because oil and gas is a very large industry, I can give you an example. For example, CO2. When you talk about CO2 utilization, CO2 captured from oil and gas industry can be utilized, for example, in the desalination sector or in the construction industry. Or even, let's say, for example, alternative feedstocks. You mentioned alternative feedstocks. For example, energy from waste plants, where you have waste management. Waste from the waste industry can be utilized in oil and gas industry, for example. How do you envisage, or what do you propose in terms of how the oil and gas industry, being a very large industry, can collaborate with much smaller industries? What do we need to introduce in terms of policy or other recommendations to allow this to happen, and so to facilitate the decarbonization of oil and gas?
Excellent point. Collaboration is the key. Collaboration not only among our people, but also beyond. And as you rightly pointed out, biofeed. Many of our refineries, we can start using the biofeed. We can start sourcing them from other industries. CO2, as you said, can be used. We always hear about 4R, reduce, recycle, and what are the other? Reuse, recycle, reduce. What are the 4? Can you please?
And reduce.
Remove.
And
right.
reduce.
And
the reduction.
Reduction. I will add one more, which is repurpose. I was trying to focus on repurpose. Can we repurpose carbon, which we capture, to some other stuff, which is useful? And there are many people who are doing research on that. They are doing initiatives in these. I have seen some literature where they are trying to use the carbon for soil. We kind of think of injecting the CO2 into the reservoir, but here they are doing some research of getting it absorbed in the soil and converting it permanently into a state which it will not affect. So there is some research going on, and we can think of all those things. So collaboration is the key. I agree with you, 100%. And we need to come together in terms of policies. Policies is one thing which cannot be left. One example comes to my mind, the recent pandemic we have seen. How long it took us to get the vaccination? Just 9 months. Normally a vaccination takes 9 to 10 years before it comes to the market. Why in this pandemic we got it in 9 months? And answer is collaboration. The whole world shared their data. They shared their knowledge and technology. And some countries, they did not have any privacy also in sharing that. And that is why we reached where we are. We need that kind of challenge, aggressive approach towards the environment. Collaborate, collaborate, and collaborate.
Mr. Krog has a question.
Thank you. Actually, not a question, just to comment on what he said. So you actually elaborated on what I was talking about it's not one size fits all. All the companies that you listed, the IOCs, are divesting from Africa.
They are divesting.
As they're divesting, they're handing over mature assets to indigenous players who have to also produce to pay off their loans, but also need to actually decarbonize at the same time. So you can see why it's not just, so all those projects, Total, ExxonMobil, Chevron, all of them, when you look at the African assets, they are divesting. So the production is still going on, but from their perspective, they're reducing. So it's not, so there's that. The other thing I wanted to add is the fact that most of the rare earth minerals for energy transition are in Africa. Their mines run on diesel.
Yep.
So there's more carbon addition as well. So it's just buttressing what you said, that there needs to be a holistic solution, but the mines, even the trains that are going to carry these minerals from the mines to the ports, all run on diesel as well. So in totality, we need collaboration, but we also need to recognize that as we're reducing emissions in Europe and other places with these beautiful projects, in Africa, we're having to produce more to fund this energy transition. So we have to have that balance as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very true. Let me leave you with a thought. We often think that we are saving the earth. We think we are saving the nature. I beg to differ. Nature does not need us. Nature has a reset button. It can reset any time. Of course, we have to pay the cost. Tsunami, earthquake, sinking of the cities in the sea. So we need to change our focus, and we need to say, I need the nature, not the other way around. If I need to survive, if my future generation need to survive, then I have to take care of the nature. It's not the nature which needs us, we need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raj. Next up is Mr. Salah Mahdi from Chart Industries, where he is the Global Director of Hydrogen. He will speak about liquid hydrogen's potential in refining.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Matar, for the introduction. I would like, first of all, to thank WAPEC for their invitation to Chart Industries to be part of this great event. Really enjoyed so far the first sessions, and look forward really to have more fruitful discussions over the next couple of days. I mean, Chart Industries, we are a group of larger number of companies that we acquired over so many years. The oldest in our portfolio was founded back in 1854, so we have been in the business for roughly 165 years. We, like 6 years ago, we started our own journey in the energy transition. And today, as part of this session, global trends in the energy transition and carbon emissions reduction, we'll be sharing, highlights from our own journey and what we know about the energy transition, and in particular, the hydrogen. So you may think why I picked liquid hydrogen in particular, and didn't leave it just for the hydrogen. I will definitely answer this question in my slides. But in general, it is basically because I'll be focusing on the long distance shipping of the hydrogen molecule. And this is basically why I decided to put the main topic of the presentation on the liquid hydrogen. So in the next 20 minutes or so that I have for this session, I will start with a quick introduction from high level. Refiners, emissions, where they come from. Because initially, if we need to resolve a problem, find the right solution, we need to better understand the problem. And if the problem here is the emissions, then we need to understand from where they come, the potential different options and solutions that we may have to mitigate this issue. And then we'll jump into the main subject, the liquid hydrogen. Why liquid hydrogen in particular? Advantages, probably challenges as well, technology roadmap, and probably in few minutes also thought to share with the audience as well more of the high level of the process description of the hydrogen liquefaction process, even that the world now have roughly 40 plants around the globe, but it is not a common technology that the majority of people in the industries are aware of. So I'll just go through the block flow diagram, process conditions, just to give you the flavor how the technology works. And then we'll share some examples, references for decarbonization initiatives that have been taken in oil refineries around the world. And then we'll conclude with some key points, strategic recommendations for this region, for OAPEC and OAPEC members. So, why oil refiners? The oil refining sector emits what equal to 1.4 gigaton of CO2 a year. And this is a massive volumes of emissions. It represents roughly 4%. And don't think that the 4% it's a low figure. That actually puts the oil refining sector as the third largest contributor to the global greenhouse emissions in all the different sectors. So, and it is growing. The emission will grow by 0.7% a year in the coming years. And this is basically because of some whether actually improvement the oil refiners do over their existing refineries, or because the refineries are aging, so the efficiencies are not good anymore, or while it is not that common, because of number of oil refineries be built in certain part of the world. However, for the people who work in oil refineries, understand probably that one thing very unique about this sector is the fact that the sector has actually started its journey in the energy transition before anybody else. 20 years ago, the vast majority of the modern refineries in the Gulf, North Africa, in Europe, started serious initiatives about efficiencies improvement, reduce the energy consumption. So while these initiatives didn't come under the umbrella of the climate change or the energy transition, at the heart of this initiative, there was emissions cuts, emission reduction. So the vast majority, especially for the modern refineries, are very familiar to what it takes to improve the operation of the oil refineries to make it operate better, more efficient, and eventually emits less carbon. However, the key challenge for oil refineries, as probably we all know, is the fact that oil refineries are monsters, are different, very different. And this is differentiate the oil refineries over the other industries. Let us take, for example, ammonia, fertilizers, chemicals. The vast majority of all the ammonia plants, all the fertilizer plants are basically the same. Same process conditions, probably same feedstock, and same products, final products as well. Yeah, process conditions may vary a little bit, but not, dramatically different. While for the oil refineries, the picture is completely different. Among the hundreds, if not thousands, of oil refineries the world have, it is really very difficult to identify two identical refineries. Every refinery has its own feedstock that it is different, its own configuration that it is different, and final products sometimes actually are also different. And that means to have the right decarbonizing solution for your oil refinery, it will be a tailor-made solution. There is no one solution that can work actually with the same frame for all the refineries around the world. And one key thing related to the configuration, as I mentioned, is how complex the refinery is. And this is a chart that shows the very famous Nielsen complexity index that usually we use to measure how complex a refinery is. And as you can see, 60% or more of all the refineries worldwide are actually in the range of 5 to 10. And that means, in principle, that they produce and they have to produce large amount of emissions in order to treat the final products up to the specs that the market needs, Euro 5, Euro 6, and in the past Euro 4. And the more complex, as I mentioned, the more complex the solution will be. If we are talking about a topping refinery, just a distillation or so, yeah, it can easily get decarbonized. But if you compare to a refinery with a complex index of 10, 11, 12, where there are hydrotreatings, hydrocrackings, probably cookers, it takes lots of efforts. And in our case, large volumes of hydrogen to decarbonize actually these refineries. Okay, so as I mentioned, I think my colleague Raj actually went over this probably in a broader scope. This is when it comes to the to oil refineries. This is the different scopes of emissions. Scope 1, which is, I would say, under your control as an operator of oil refinery. And then the scope 2 is the indirect emissions that coming basically in our case, from generating the power, the electricity that a refinery would need to operate. And then scope 3 is all other indirect emissions, probably 15, 20 different sources, including simple things like, how employees actually commute to the refineries. In the scope of the presentation today, we'll be just focusing on scope 1, basically because this contributes to roughly 60 to 65% of all the emissions coming from the oil refining sector, as well as at the end of the day, it's also something that the oil refinery or the operator of the oil refineries actually can control. So, from where the emission scope 1 comes, this is roughly the picture. 60%, definitely not a surprise, comes from heat energy generation, furnaces, fired heaters, boilers. 20% from flaring utilities, leaks sometimes, and 20% from generating actually the hydrogen that refiners need to, as I mentioned, whether to treat the final products, diesel, naphtha, and other, or to crack the heavy material in hydrocracking and so on. And in order, as I mentioned earlier, there is no one single solution that can help in decarbonizing 100% of oil refineries. Definitely it's not going to happen. But as you can see, when I try to map every single solution we have in the market, I came with those 10 different solutions. And each one of them actually can cover, a part of the scope 1, 2 to 3 emissions that around the oil refining sector. I'm not gonna go through every one of them, but definitely today we'll be talking about the hydrogen integration. CCSU is really a key. Definitely a key. Oil refiners, petrochemicals will stay there forever. If not actually at a certain point to generate fuels that is needed for the mobility sector, but we need them actually to generate the feedstock for all the petrochemicals that the world actually will continue to need for decades and hundreds of years. So why liquid hydrogen? So if you looked at the other 10 solutions, the only one that actually can easily be used to cut the emissions in all the 3 major parts of the scope 1 emissions inside an oil refinery is actually the hydrogen in general, regardless whether it is gaseous or liquid at this stage. It is hydrogen. You can use hydrogen. If you use the hydrogen to burn, if you use hydrogen to operate the furnaces, boilers, fired heaters, done. 60% is done, roughly. And then if you replaced the gray hydrogen that we usually produce using SMR, if you manage to do so, then you cut another 20%. So in two steps, you manage to cut 80% of all the emissions coming from oil refineries. And by the way, these are not dreams. And as I will share later, there are companies actually started initiative to do so. I worked with Shell back in 2018, where they started to decarbonize their main refinery in Germany by replacing 10% of the hydrogen produced through the SMR by green hydrogen. And they have a plan that is approved to cut actually the entire 20% with green hydrogen in the next few years. So this is hydrogen. Why liquid hydrogen then? Why I didn't say gaseous hydrogen? Why I stopped at hydrogen? It's basically because if you looked at the map of the world, oil refineries are everywhere. are all over the world. And one thing we know very well is that in order to decarbonize oil refineries or any other assets or any other industries, you have to use affordable hydrogen. Hydrogen that's been produced from water, from renewable energy, with affordable cost. And unfortunately, this is not possible everywhere. So in the vast majority of the cases, we have to produce the hydrogen somewhere where there are blowing winds, shiny sun, and then send it to somewhere else where the refinery is in our case today. And then you may say that, okay, we have then other options, right? Why we wouldn't go the ammonia? Why wouldn't go to the liquid organic hydrogen carriers? And actually, there are so many studies that have been done recently. Recently, I mean in the past 2 years, including this one done by Shell, for example, and they showed that the liquid hydrogen definitely comes first. The only barrier for liquid hydrogen over things like the green ammonia, for example, or the blue ammonia, for example, is the fact that unfortunately, so far, the world doesn't have enough hydrogen vessels, so to carry the liquid hydrogen. But numbers-wise, economics-wise, definitely the liquid hydrogen is superior. And just to think about it, if you went with the ammonia option, you need to produce the hydrogen, compress it up to the process conditions, anything from 80 to 180 bar, which is a massive, expensive step using larger compressors, and then convert the hydrogen to ammonia, using air respiration unit, another investment, and then guess what? You will ship it, and you would need actually to crack it on the other side to get the hydrogen. While for the liquid hydrogen, all what you need is produce the hydrogen, compress it only to 20 bar. Okay. And then ship it, use it directly away. So you cut actually a big part in the value in the supply chain. And this is in general, to be fair, how we see the different options for hydrogen. If we're talking about definitely small volumes, short distance, we can use the cylinders even, like companies like Air Products, Air Liquide have been doing for decades. If we're talking about moving the molecule in one region, probably we can use the pipeline. But if we're talking about cross borders, cross regions, definitely liquid hydrogen is the key. This is basically the scheme to give you the flavor. As you know, to convert gas to liquid, you do it by decreasing the temperature or increasing the pressure. In our case, we use the temperature. So we do it in using certain catalysts to bring the temperature of the hydrogen to minus 253 through 7 steps, as you can see. Here we go. This is the block flow diagram. And one thing I would like to say is that actually, especially over the past 2 years, there has been a massive improvement over the existing technologies. And just to give you the flavor without going into the details, just look at the very last row, the efficiency. 2 years ago, the best you could get actually is 14, 13 kilo-hour of power that you need to produce every single 1 kilogram of hydrogen. Today, actually, you can do it with 9. And that made a good number of projects around the world actually very feasible in Brazil, in Norway, and recently, as I will elaborate later as well, in Oman, here in the region. Global examples, I'm gonna pass this, but as I mentioned, Total Energies with Air Liquide announced a few weeks ago a big project with a 24 years of taking agreement already signed to decarbonize one of their refineries in France. Shell done the same for their refinery in Germany, as I mentioned. And 6 years ago, they done the same for their refinery in Denmark as well, that they divested later. So it is happening. So I will conclude very quickly. Liquid hydrogen, think about the liquid hydrogen as an opportunity. I mean, the WAPIC members, this region played for decades a crucial, if not the crucial, role in the traditional energy landscape. And the good news that the region is blessed, again, with affordable, competitive natural resources that can be used to produce affordable hydrogen for the region to continue actually playing the same crucial role in the new energy landscape and energy transition. Liquid hydrogen for us today is almost, you can think of it as the LNG 60 years ago. If you ask somebody, should we go for the LNG? Actually, they will give you the same answer that you would get today. There is no enough vessels. Today, I think we all know what LNG has done actually and the differentiation that done in the industry, and so will do the liquid hydrogen. And I was really happy that while I was actually putting together a slide for my presentation today to see the exciting news that came from Oman just last week, where the Omani government, the Dutch and the Netherlands and the German government signed a development agreement, which is a milestone to develop the first corridor for the liquid hydrogen, to move the liquid hydrogen from the region to Europe, where they made it clear they need 10 million tons of hydrogen before 2030. And wouldn't be a surprise to see others following them. The opportunity there, and I argue everyone, as I mentioned, to see the potential in the liquid hydrogen to make the difference that everyone there needs, not just for the climate change, but also for a business. Even personally, I mean, talking about my business, we started our own journey, as I mentioned, in this space 6 years ago. At the time when the CEO stepped in and said, yeah, I would like to do something in the hydrogen space. The vast majority of the shareholders said, no, let us wait and see others. But he insisted and took the risk. And we moved, and the business grew from being only 6 million business in 2020 to, by the end of 2024, to 700 million. So while there are lots of challenges in the hydrogen space, but also there are lots of opportunities there, and lots of people, lots of businesses and countries making a good money out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah, for discussing the viability of decarbonizing the refining sector. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, thank you, Doctor. This is Mohammed Shahid from Samaraf Refinery. My question, actually, you rightly mentioned that replacing the fuel in the refinery with the hydrogen is the key lever for the downstream industry, especially. And even in Samaraf, we have also identified this one of the, lever for us in the future to decarbonize thing. But the real challenge is the energy prices in the region are very low. I mean, you all know that with this price, with the low shale gas or methane, I would say the price, the feasibility of the energy projects is very challenging. So how do you see this challenge, how to address this challenge? Maybe Mr. Raj also can share his viewpoint on this.
Yeah, no, absolutely good question. So no one can say that actually you can do the decarbonization using your existing assets. Definitely lots of modifications needed. And this applies not just for oil refiners, but for every single part of what we live every day. Even, I mean, because this has been also a very hot topic for domestic heating as well, especially in Europe, right? Using the existing, repurposing, probably using Roger's term, the existing facilities. Sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't work. And you would need modifications to make it work. And we have, you know, so different examples between, for example, what Shell done in Germany and what Total Energies decided to do and will do in the next, few years. One decided, okay, we'll do the modification, changes the burners, right? Expand the capacity of the burners to, you know, get the energy that you need. And the other said, no, we'll focus only on replacing the hydrogen that we need from the SMR, and so on. But yeah, bottom line is that we need lots of changes actually within the, and modification, sorry, with the refinery to get to the energy that you need in cases like the one that you mentioned.
I would like to just add one point. You see, that's why I mentioned blue hydrogen. See, we have the capacity to produce a lot of blue hydrogen by capturing the carbon and sequestration. That blue hydrogen then becomes our export product. And I think you have already covered all other points.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation about hydrogen. This is Sulaiman Al-Khattab from Tasniya. I like the analogy between LNG and hydrogen. I think it's very nice and very interesting analogy between LNG and hydrogen. Of course, there are many differences. However, when you are saying a 300 billion market, what color of hydrogen? Green hydrogen or blue hydrogen? And you know, it matters.
Yeah.
Green hydrogen is very expensive and very friendly. Thank you very much.
Now, yeah, probably I will say something people do not like to hear, right? I mean, our position is definitely, I mean, if I were an investor, let us put it this way, frankly speaking, I would avoid investing in the blue hydrogen or blue ammonia. Why? Simply because policies, regulations in Europe are pushing very hard towards the green hydrogen carriers. So if you invested in blue hydrogen carriers, hydrogen, ammonia, or methanol, you would put your business under risk, right? Because in a few years' time, you will get hit. And this is a reflection also in the direction that the vast majority of the key energy players in Europe has taken or decided to take. You know, while blue hydrogen, yes, was an option for Shell, for Total Energies, for Air Products to take. But the new policies are changing rapidly. Regulations will be a pain. So, and you know, and at the end of the day, if you would be producing blue hydrogen here in the region, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, your target was actually to sell this to the main market, for example, in Europe. Right? And in a few years' time, actually as of today, there is no market for blue hydrogen. So that is the challenge I see. Still there is a room, there is still few years to come to the say that 100% there is no market for blue hydrogen, blue ammonia, but I wouldn't invest billions of US dollars in a project that, you know, I will find in 5 years under the row that the product that I will be producing will have no market. That is so far at least my own experience working with the different project developers that I've been working with over the past 3 years. I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salah, Mr. Raj, and Your Excellency. So before we conclude, we have to give each of you a certificate for their contributions today.
Thank you very much for this fruitful session. Now we will have a break till 11:30. After that, we will come back and to continue the second session, inshallah. Good time for you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Now we will begin the second session entitled Advanced Technologies for Emission Reduction in Refining and Petrochemicals, which will be moderated by Mr. Bayender Ghai. Please, the floor is yours. And we have 4 speakers and 4 presentations for today. And I hope that we will find a fruitful discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Yasir, and welcome back to this session. Welcome again to all the esteemed guests, distinguished guests, and colleagues here. So we will start this session. We'll follow the same format. We will have 4 presentations in this session, 20 minutes each, and then 5 minutes of Q&A. If the time is lost, then we can recover at the end of the presentations. So I would like to invite Dr. Walid Mata, Principal Fellow Oil and Gas, CAPSAC. I think I'll put you. Can you please put his CV? Excuse me, can you please put, yeah, thank you. So a little bit about Dr. Walid. Is a fellow at CAPSAC, specializing in energy systems modeling. He holds a PhD in economics and degree in mechanical engineering. His work on the CAPSAC energy model analyzes electricity consumption and refined petroleum product distribution in Saudi Arabia, focusing on energy efficiency and policy development to promote sustainability and efficient green systems. So the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming and staying after the break. So the talk today is titled Using Satellites to Better Estimate Methane Emissions from Saudi Oil and Gas Production specifically. We've also did a measurement for municipal methane emissions, but this talk will focus on just oil and gas. Oh, sorry. 3? Oh, the green button, yeah, sorry. So historically, Saudi methane emissions estimates have had large disparities. So the IEA and EDGAR were the primary sources of public and regular methane emission estimates. And so they valued methane emissions to be 3 million tons, or around 3 million tons of methane from oil and gas production in Saudi Arabia. Now, but Saudi Arabia itself, the Ministry of Energy, CDM, DNA, estimate values that are way below those figures. So in their 2016, or their second to most recent publication, the Saudi Arabia NC4 to the UNFCCC, estimated 410,000 tons of methane emissions, and their most recent estimate was even low as well. So these values for Saudi Arabia, the official estimates, are 8 times lower than estimates made by EDGAR and IEA. And so we wanted to see if we could use a different method. So the Saudi Arabia NC4 utilizes bottom-up methods, which are basically activity variables multiplied by emissions factors. So methane emissions estimates can differ largely, as I said, and so there's the massive difference between Saudi Arabia and the IEA. So there are different classes of estimates. You can have bottom-up estimates, which are, as I said, activity variables times emissions factors, which are straightforward and easy to implement. You can also do ground-based sensors, which Aramco does at some of its facilities. They have sensors that are on the ground that can measure methane content in the air. And you can also have top-down estimates, which are like satellite imagery, which have become a go-to method in recent years, especially to measure large swaths of land, which ground-based sensors would have difficulty doing. You can also have aircraft-based methods, which are like satellite technology, but they have, of course, an aircraft flying over an area of land as well. Or you can do hybrid. You can mix and match both top-down and bottom-up methods to estimate your emissions. So we undertook measurement of oil and gas assets in Saudi Arabia using satellite technology. We specifically use Sentinel-5P and Sentinel-2, which are the European Space Agency satellites. Their data is freely available. It's available online at no cost to the user. So we focused on, as I said, several assets, mainly focusing on upstream. Those being in the eastern province, one in the central, and the solid green are directly measured, whereas the shaded, the lined assets are modeled, because there's difficulty in these satellites to measure offshore assets and near offshore assets, coastal assets. So our estimate for methane emissions from oil and gas production in Saudi Arabia were 780,000 metric tons of methane. Now this value is, the mean value is almost double that of the Saudi Arabia official estimate, but if you look at the ranges, because you do have an error bar associated with with satellite estimates, if you look at those ranges, the 410,000 of Saudi Arabia's estimates fall within the bounds of our estimates. But as you can see, IEA and EDGAR estimates are well above even the upper bound of our values. So the methane emissions over the years, so we did methane emissions from 2019 till 2023 using satellites, because Sentinel-5 and Sentinel-2 were launched or were operational in 2019. So the methane emissions, as you can see, have went down a little bit in mean values. So from 0.93, 0.96 million tons of methane to around 0.8 in 2022 and 2023, and the methane emissions intensity per barrel of oil equivalent went down from 6.5 down to 4.4 and 4.8 as the mean values in those last 2 years of estimates. So using the IEA, so IEA ranks countries based on methane intensities, and their ranking has us placed 4th among major oil and gas producers in the world. Whereas our methane estimates would have us ranked at 2, or I'm sorry, they have us ranked at 5. Our estimates would have us ranked at 2, behind Norway. So we have argued that the IEA values should be revisited, and they have agreed to look at satellites as methods to estimate our emissions. One other application of satellite imagery to measure methane emissions is the detection of super emitters. So super emitters are defined as events in which more than a ton per hour of methane are released. These can occur because of leakage events, because of burst pipelines, because of faulty joints between pipes. And so we have measured super emitters in Saudi Arabia since the beginning of the satellite operation. And as you can see here, the largest super emitter took place in 2019, in October of 2019. And it almost reached 50 tons per hour, which is a huge number if you think about it. And most of our events have emitted less than 10 tons per hour. So this is an example of an October 2019 event, of that largest event that I showed just earlier. It was measured by Sentinel-5P, and that estimate was 48.6 tons per hour, as I mentioned, and it took place just east of Riyadh. So thank you very much. I'll be happy to take questions later.
So yeah, if you have any questions from the audience, please.
Yeah.
If it's only measurement, maybe we need to sit down, I think, to explain the differences and why this discrepancy is huge. It's a huge, 300 or 400%.
Yes, it's an 8-time. It's nearly an 8-time difference.
So how can you explain it?
Well, the IEA uses a very crude methodology. That's a quick answer. So they use U.S. methane intensity, so U.S. production methane intensity, and they scale it down to Saudi Arabia, and they apply it to Saudi Arabia. Whereas they don't actually measure the emissions factor for Saudi Arabia. They don't have any number on that.
Maybe we need to show them our methods, and this is the way of scientifically cooperation.
We have, and since our discussion with them, they have agreed with KAROS, which is the satellite analytics company, to better estimate methane emissions around the world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting outcomes of the study. My question is about a lot of the bad publicity about the oil and gas industry in the Middle East, or in general in the world, is coming from the contribution to the methane emissions and the CO2 emissions. And it's largely coming from the estimates of these international organizations like the EIA. This study shows that using default emission factors around the world is not a suitable way for calculating methane intensity. So my question is, while you're talking to the EIA at the moment to correct the, the methane calculations basically on the websites and the publications, when do you think that will be reflected? And second of all, are they considering issuing methane emission factors per region or per country? I mean, is this something acceptable by the EIA? So can we create, for example, emission factors specific to the country, and then they will adopt those as emission factors to calculate the methane intensity?
Yeah, those are great questions. The first, on the first note, on the first part, I can't say when they will revise their numbers, but I think it's imminent in the next year or two, because they have partnered with KAROS last year to produce satellite-based numbers for different countries. Regarding emissions factors for different countries, for Saudi Arabia, you know, the country, the government reports 410,000 metric tons of methane. And so we obviously are using different emissions factors than what the IEA uses. So, because we both, so the Saudi number and the IEA both use emissions factors times activity. Activity is pretty much the same or similar. You know, our production of gas and oil is pretty much similar across IEA, Saudi Arabia, Jodi. So the emissions factor differences can easily be mitigated for Saudi Arabia by them working with the Saudi government.
This is Tariq Khan from AIGC. We are an AI company in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for a very precise and a focused presentation. My question is, like, can you shed more light about what is the role of this measurement? Where does it lead us to? Like, is it a benefit, is it a penalty, or is it a related thing amongst the countries? And then the second thing which I would like to ask is, you talk about the two approaches, the bottom-up approach, which is more of a physical model based on the physics, and an empirical approach from the satellites, and you talk of the hybrid model. Do you see the role of AI that can resolve this discrepancy that we are looking towards as of now, as a one challenge?
Actually, AI is used with the satellite estimates to provide those satellite estimates, because in the end, or ultimately, those images that the satellites capture are raw data that require a lot of pre-processing to extract the methane in the air or in the atmosphere. And so AI is already used, and so it could be used in other applications, certainly. I didn't get your first question.
My first question is, why do we measure? Like, where does it lead to? Why it's so important to measure the methane? Does it lead to some kind of a penalty or a benefit in the carbon credit calculations? What it is for, like?
Well, methane is a very potent greenhouse gas. So it's one of the greenhouse gases that are trying to be abated in the world. So CO2, methane, NO2, and CFCs are the primary greenhouse gases. So it's a very potent gas. It has a 28 times global warming potential compared to CO2, and so it's very important to abate that gas.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Ali Sgur, Saudi Arabian Chevron. My question is really related to the technologies. All technologies are evolving, which is an excellent thing. We are integrating it with other technologies, like, for example, the AI. But still, many of these technologies, including the satellites, are having limitations when it comes to detecting methane. You can go up to a certain level. Below this level, you cannot do it. And so how do you see the evolution of the satellite technologies to detect methane? Where do you see us getting by 2030? This is the first question. The second question is related to policies. Many of the countries, let's talk about the recent European legislation that was announced in the 1st of August last year, obligating all the EU importers to declare the carbon intensity by measuring the quantities, not estimation. So lots of the discussions we have gone through is about emission factors, which is giving you an estimate of the methane emissions. While the requirements moving forward is really about measurement-informed inventories of whatever fossil fuels you are going to import into the EU, as an example. Now, this is going to have lots of implications going forward. The presentation you have shown is great, but are we also considering that in alignment with the policymakers and also with the economical part of the, I would say, let's talk about the economy, taking care, because all of these things are related really when it comes to detecting methane and protecting the environment. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. So measurements, so even though the methane is being measured, there will always be estimates. So the measurements themselves will be estimates because you have to process the raw data using models. And so those will add uncertainty to the values, but also instrumentation error itself will produce some sort of uncertainty. And so it will always be an estimate, even though it was based on measurements. It can be plus or minus. So right now, it's plus or minus 50% of the median value. But in the future, hopefully that uncertainty will decline as satellites become better and improve. Now, on that note, you mentioned limitations to technologies of satellites. And that's very valid. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why satellites were very slow to being adopted by the IPCC, by various global UN bodies to look at emission estimates. So satellites currently have limitations in terms of they can't measure methane over snowy environments, over the sea, over bodies of water, in mountainous terrains, and furthermore, satellites themselves have they may have low revisit frequencies, so they may revisit a site once every week, once every day, so it's not very instantaneous. But the benefit to satellites is they can accompany other estimate methods for us to be able to check the various estimates. And they're also very timely. They're near real time. So I can give you the emission estimates that were measured 2 days ago, 3 days ago. So so while they have limitations, they also have benefits, and they can accompany all estimates as part of your repertoire of values.
Just one last question, please, at the back.
It's an excellent session. Seriously, it's very, very rich and healthy. What about CO2 emission? Are we in agreement with IAA, or there are some discrepancy in the number?
We haven't done CO2 mainly because methane is easier to detect than CO2.
Of course, CO2 is straightforward, burning CO gases and oil. I think people calculate it directly.
Yeah, and you can calculate using emissions factors,
Yeah.
Like physics-based
Thanks.
emissions factors. But using satellites, they're difficult to estimate because there are various satellites. NASA has a satellite for CO2, but they're much less developed than methane emissions measurements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Walid. And again, a big round of applause for Dr. Walid, please. Thank you. So we move on to the next presentation for this. Too fast, sorry. So the next presenter is Engineer Hazem Said from Baker Hughes. Nearly 20 years of experience in the oil and gas industry, specializing in drilling and production engineering. Currently serves as the project director for the Menati region, managing major projects and driving operational excellence. He is pursuing a doctorate in business management from CSP France and is an active member of various professional organizations, including the United Nations and Society of Petroleum Engineers. So, Engineer Hazem, floor is all yours. Thank
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I would like to thank you all for this great invite and to be in within this great mind and this event. Actually, I would start with our strategy in Baker Hughes. And in 2019, we rebrand our Baker Hughes company as an energy technology company. So it's not anymore like the traditional oil and gas. It's an energy technology company where it's make energy safer, cleaner for people and for the environment. This is our strategy introduced in 2019 with our CEO, Lorenzo Simonelli. So I would like to shed light today on AI and how the AI is bringing the solution and for decarbonization and in the petroleum industry in general. So as you can see, business assets, human, machines, everything is producing data and generating data, a huge amount of data. And in fact, this is need to be captured, processed, analyzed, and so on and so forth. This is as per Forbes, you see every single thing. So whether we are as a human, we are interacting with our daily operation or the machines which we are interact with and so on, it's produced data. So data is everywhere, and data is the new mining for this one. So it's not a choice that we will not implement AI in the industry, and it's revolutionized every industry actually. And as you can see, the market growth for AI in the global is improving from 3 billion as we speak up to 13 billion according to some research with CSGR with 12.5%. So by 2034, we are expecting to invest more than 300 billion in the AI, in the oil and gas industry only. So in the upcoming 5 years, the research mentions that 92% from all oil and gas company will invest in AI. So as we can see, it's not a choice. So the companies which is no longer invest and started to implement the AI technology will be behind, and we will fall in the implementation accordingly. So here showing you the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence is not new, okay? It's from 60s and 70s and so on when it started to develop. But this is what we call reactive machine. So it was at this time have limited AI solution and to pre-programmed rules like the signal in the street. Okay, the traffic signal, this is an AI, but it has no memory, it has nothing, and so on and so forth. So the limited memory in the modern AI, this is use the memory to improve over time. This is include deep learning and neural network, and this is what is implementing or what is developing heavily this day. There is a hypothetical AI, which we call theory of mind. This is what we call human-like decision. This is when the AI will start to be in emotional recognition and so on. And this is currently, as we speak, in the research phase. So the AI will be think as a human and take decision on behalf, because it's learned by themselves. So you feed them the data, and they start develop by themselves, and they start to take decision on behalf of the people. Self-aware, this is a mathematical AI. I don't know if this is, maybe this is 50 years from now or 70 years from now, where the self-awareness for this AI will be human-like, intellectual, emotional, and capabilities. This is where the AI will surpass the people, the human. Okay, we don't want to think about it and take this very mathematical AI, but it might be happen. So the capability and future potential of AI. As I mentioned, narrow AI is a current AI technology where you see generative AI, ChatGPT, all of this current application is a kind of narrow AI. But up to 2030, we will start, or we will go to the level of artificial general intelligence, AGI, where the theoretical of AI, human-like ability. So this is very near. When we speak about 2030, this is very near. A lot of researchers and a lot of companies started to develop this, and that's why you see this very speedy development from all companies, and there is a kind of fight and war between the technology company, between US and between China, and so on and so forth. So you see ChatGPT, after a while you see DeepSeek, and now Manios. Every day there is tens of AI application is implemented across the globe. And the future is artificial super intelligence, which I highlighted from a while, where it called ASI. This is hypothetical, with surpassing the human, okay? Hopefully we will not be in this, I don't know, because this is where a lot of things will be, again, changed and so on. So why I highlighted all of this, because if you don't start to implement the AI in your current day-to-day operation or in your current, and you have these fears about the implementation and so on, you will, as I mentioned, fall behind. And fun fact here, or a fact here, is only 10% from AI implementation projects are only successful. So when we have 100 project or 100 implementation in any company, maybe only 10% from them are successful. So in BH and Baker Hughes, we have what we call the Carbon Out program. This is a global program. We are focusing here on the sustainability of our company. And since we are a global company as a Baker Hughes, so it's not easy to manage across the globe, not across one region or across one company. That's why we called All In Carbon Out. We introduced this program in 2019 with an aim to reach to net zero by 2050. And as we speak, our last report in 2023, we are at 28.3% from scope 1 and 2. And as you can see, scope 1 and 2 is, we speak mainly about the direct emission, and this is usually in the control of any organization, like Saudi Aramco, like any producer or any company. They usually hold the power for direct emission from their operations, their production, and their activities, or indirect emission from purchased energy, grids, fuels, and so on. This is scope 1 and the scope 2. So our aim in Baker Hughes to, by 2030, to be 50% from scope 1 and 2. Scope 3, usually where you are having this influence to use the third-party companies and the value chain, so your transportation, your logistic, your vendors, and so on. This is actually not easy to be controlled by any certain company, because you need to reinforce, and this is the role of big players, the role of Aramco, the role of ADNOC, the role of Chevron, the role of all the big players. They enforce, or they push their supply chain to be to utilize and to be to measure their footprint or their carbon footprint and so on and so forth. Responding to one of the question, actually, why the methane detection is very important. As you can see here from the screen on the left-hand side, methane is contributing for GHG by 16%, but it's responsible about 30% for temperature increase, 30% globally. So by United Nations, we must reduce 45% from CO2, from emission in general, GHG, to only maintain the temperature high 1.5 degree. So at this decade, to achieve this zero net by 2050. So it's a complex equation where every organization must introduce or must start to develop their or measure their methane detection, their CO2, and so on. Of course, the CO2 is a majority of contribution here for GHG, and a lot of, that's why a lot of research and a lot of symposium like what we have today is focusing on the CO2, but methane also is very critical and very crucial. So AI key application to reduce CO2, so which using AI. So the main focus of this AI technology in this technology is energy optimization, or carbon capture, same as we see in the previous presentation, leak detection and prevention, and mainly here we speak about MISAM because it's easy to detect, and the fuel efficiency. So this is where we are focusing more how to, or where the application of AI are developed and introduced. You can see, for example, here in Saudi Aramco, Kharis field already developed AI, okay? 40,000 sensors, monitor more than 500 well as we speak. Why? To optimize the energy optimization when we are using the fuel for boiler, for oil boiler, and so on. So this is optimizing the fuel consumption. So this is already using AI. Harriet-Watt University, for example, they are just, I think this is in 2024, they do eco AI research where they develop a model and reduce the amount of time used to introduce a solvent for CO2 and how to capture it in a geothermal, a certain geological information and so on. This exercise usually take 100 days. Now it take 1 day or even few hours. So, and this is already published and so on. Leak detection, leverage AI as well in geospatial intelligence, enhanced the leak detection and pipeline network as our doctor and our peers introduced, and AI algorithm as well detect the anomalies in the detection and connect with IoT, Internet of Things sensor, and do a just correlation. ExxonMobil, as we saw also in some application which is introduced earlier using the AI technology, Dr. Matar just introduced the satellite imagery analysis to detect oil and spills leak. This is already using the AI technology. Here showing also the AI-powered carbon monitoring and reporting, because this is very fundamental as well. So we are focusing here, or the AI application focusing here on real-time emission tracking and track the information minute by minute, and also processing and quantify the CO2 and methane emission continuously, predictive emission, where machine learning have time series to forecast and anticipate the future emission, and automated regularly compliance. Also, I hear this from some of our colleagues on the ground here. This is where we are using neutral language processing, NLP, to generate compliance documentation. So when we are producing or when we are working, all the information is fed to the system, and it's became like the back mind for the decision and for the reports and for the policies. Carbon capture and utilization, also a lot of current application use this in process automation and carbon capture and the smart carbon concentration and optimized CO2 conversion. All of this is utilizing currently, and there is a current companies and current application in a certain country or a certain region utilizing AI as a technology in this one. And we're trying actually from our Baker Hughes to leverage what we are doing in upstream technology to downstream, to midstream and downstream technology as well. For scope number 3, this is one of the area where it's focused about AI application, especially in the supply chain with AI. So we can focus, or there is a certain application as well, intelligent logistic, where you can route and optimize the routes for your logistic to reduce the transportation emission. This is currently happened by the big player in the logistic market to reduce their footprint and so on and so forth. Inventory management and sustainable procurement. This is also leverage an AI evaluate supplier based on their footprint. So for example, big player, as I mentioned, like Aramco, like ADNOC, their AVL has thousands of vendors, thousands. So you need a certain reliable application or data to depend on it to ensure that you capture those who are supporting you in your strategy and new measure. Of course, emission tracking also, this is where you automated measure the scope 3 emission accurately. So the integration strategy, and this is one of the most important things because it's not easy in any company which is have a legacy, have a certain operating system to start introduce AI immediately. It's not easy. You will find a contradicting culture issue and so on and so forth where it will stop your implementation or your progressing in this AI. So most important thing, you need to have phase approach and utilize the cloud and edge computing. Then you need to ensure that you have a data management system, a robust data management system in place and robust strategy and data lakes and ETL and of course clear policies, because this is one of the most critical issue for especially any big company, the privacy, okay? Your IPs, your everything. So that's why the companies started to develop internally. They develop their modules or their AI internally from the information which they have, rather than, or they make MOUs or make a collaboration, same as we heard in the first sessions, a collaboration between the technology company, so they ensure that their information not leak. So workforce and this workforce adaptation, this is also one of the critical things. Comprehensive training and culture innovation, and this is related to what I introduced for Baker Hughes All In Carbon Out program, where it's introduced for every employee in the organization, and every employee has a contribution, and we collect their contribution toward reducing the emission and their add value to our supply, and then we introduce it in our global report, or we produce it in our global report. Culture and innovation, any organization need to enhance and reinforce this, and the change management, because this is very critical as well, because as I mentioned, you change it from legacy or a current and existing RBs and system to a newly system or a new adoption for technology. So this is the future of AI. As you can see on the right-hand side, the future potential, everything will be autonomous. Okay, so the, dealing with inventory or material, dealing with leaks, and dealing with high-risk tasks, dealing with advanced problem solving, and so on. All of this will be autonomous. This is the near future, and that we can say by 2030, 2033, it will be another huge change in the industry. With that said, this is what I have. I hope I'm able to shed the light on the application of AI in the industry and leveraging what we are doing in upstream, midstream, to downstream, and the importance of having this AI and utilizing AI in reducing the carbon footprint. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Azim. Questions, please. I think before I post a question, before this session, I had some clue about AI, but now I'm really wondering where we are heading to. To be honest, this is something which is, we talked about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, but now AI in scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, I think this is something, a revolution. We were talking about collaboration and innovation. I think this is something which is connecting the threads together. So thank you, I think, for this session. Open questions, please.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
I mean, we all know CCUS has been around for 20 years, the discussion around CCS, but it hasn't moved as it's supposed to. I mean, what the total now in terms of CCS is 50 million ton per year. For 20 years, this is not really a big improvement, and many cancellations and so on. The big challenge is the CO2 capture process.
Yes.
And I was intrigued by one of your slides where you said basically that AI can contribute to improving energy efficiency of the CO2 capture process. I mean, how would that work? Is this some kind of reducing the energy consumption? Is it a real-time optimization you're talking about, or is it in terms of the simulation itself and developing the process?
So thank you. This is a great question actually, and it's a kind of collaboration between all of this, because when we speak about AI, it's not one app fits. It's multiple app. You put it in a certain platform, and it's collaborating information together. For example, this Harriet, what they do, they developing a solvent material to be able to easier to capture CO2. This is one step, okay, and it's not straightforward and okay. And why they need this? To utilize this CO2 when they captured it to be injected in the geological information, okay? So what they did, actually, they leveraged this AI module, which is, as I mentioned, usually this process taking hundreds of days of information and analysis and so on and so forth. And when you feed the system with all of this information for Sullivan, for geological information, and you contribute all the information together, it's easier for the AI module to develop the answer to you or to develop the solution for you. The prompt, okay? You will hear this in AI technology. The prompt itself is very critical and very important when you are trying to develop what you need from AI.
But would it also be possible to optimize the process in real time?
Yes,
like as
exactly.
the process happens?
Exactly, because one of the application of it, one of the application of AI is to monitor minute by minute or second by second. We leverage it. We have this, by the way, currently as we speak, in upstream technology. When you are drill a well, okay, you receive a data immediately, because you might need to change the direction, or you might need to change the angle for drilling and so on. Currently, as we speak, it's coming in the same second to you on the system and on monitor. Our system called Corva and Coordinate, this is our two new developed application in Baker Hughes, but currently they are used in upstream, the drilling operation. So you can leverage the same concept in downstream as well.
Thank you. As Mr. Balinder said, very interesting presentation. I don't have a question, but I have a comment. You know, the AI power is not denied. It has tremendous power. It's probably beyond our imagination. But it uses power, it consumes power,
yes,
and it emits CO2. Recently, I was watching a program where it says one query in Google consumes certain energy, but the same query in ChatGPT, generative AI, consumes 10 times more energy. And these data centers require huge amount of cooling. Every ChatGPT query requires a bottle of water.
Yes, yes.
So I don't understand. While we are using AI to curb the CO2 emission, it itself is generating more CO2.
Look, this is very intelligent question, and actually, I'm telling you, I was expecting it, because this is actually one of the not bad side, but disadvantage side, the consumption of the power for the AI. But this is for I don't want to say the old one, okay? That's why this competition between China and US, okay? You know the DeepSeek, right? The DeepSeek now is consuming way less rather than ChatGPT, okay? So that's why this is the competition that you have. Immediately when DeepSeek, for example, announced globally, okay, NVIDIA stock dropped down immediately. Why? Because there became a solution less consuming for the power. And this is what is important and what is matter in this industry of AI. And I would agree with you. There was a comics, by the way, recently I saw about about exactly your question. Okay, when you go to ChatGPT, don't say good morning, okay? Because this is, yeah, go directly for your question, because this is consuming, this is a comics, by the way. It's consuming, as you mentioned, a huge amount of power which you need, okay? So go directly for your question, or go directly for what you need to answer in a right manner. But thank you for your question and your comment. It's really valid.
Yeah, maybe one other question related to that. You started your presentation with saying that the success of the projects in AI was so low, that so many projects failed. And that also made us lose a little bit the trust, of course, in these projects. It was offered like a big black box, put the data in there and all your problems will be solved. And it was disappointing that it didn't work like that.
Yeah.
So I think it should start with knowing your work processes well and executing them well, and then see how AI supports that. But in the most presentations, a bit in your presentation, it all starts with AI again, and the rest needs to adapt. So what do you think needs to change to make the projects more successful?
Yeah, so look, my last two, this is also another great question, and I personally face a failed project to develop even a digital implementation in a certain application in the organization or in the company. So it's not easy to start to implement a high technology or a new technology to any organization. That's why I put the last two slides, phased implementation or phased approach, okay? You must pilot, okay? You can't say, okay, I'm coming with a revolution solution and we will start to use AI and so on. I'll give you another example. Why all of the companies now come and connect your email with Gemini or with ChatGPT. It's very simple, by the way. And currently, as we speak, we have it in Baker Hughes in our email, but it's not allowed for every single one. Until you have this mature culture and people who can play with these AI tools efficiently, you can't start implementation across the region or country and so on. Phase the implementation, change management, and having the leader who believe in the AI implementation and supporting the decision to implement this. The failure which I mentioned about this was the stakeholder not believes that this is will help. He like to have the normal and the current application, ERB, everything and so on, because it's producing and it's profitable. But when you implement AI, you will be more efficient and profitable. So hopefully I answer your question,
Thank you, Mr. Hazm. In downstream industry, we know Baker Hughes as a solution provider for the process chemicals, water treatment chemicals. I'm overwhelmed to know that you have an AI solution as well. So my question is, do you have, the Baker Hughes have the AI solution for the downstream industry, and are you working currently with some clients in the region?
Yeah. There is a newly developed team starting from 2021, and we have a global leader for this, let's say, industry sector from Baker Hughes, where we are focusing in CCUS, geothermal, and so on, and we collaborate with them from this perspective. We have a leader from leading this kind of business sector to ensure that there is a certain focus from business development, because when you speak with a service company as well, we must ensure that what we are doing is profitable, okay? I do respect, but we are not a research center. But we are a profitable company having a stock price and so on. So if we are collaborating with ADNOC, with Aramco, and with any other global player, Shell, Chevron, and so on, we need to ensure that the solution which we are providing is beneficial for both of us. So that's why we developed this newly business sector, it's called, and we have a VB for them, and we have a big team across the globe to start to improve and develop this part of, I think our target is 2 billion or 3 billion, as far as I know, in the next couple of 3-5 years.
Great to know, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Syed. And again, a round of applause before you leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with this, we move on to the next presentation. So I would like to call upon Professor Wael Al Muslimani, Arabian Gulf University, based at Bahrain. Dr. Vail is a professor of microbiology and environmental biotechnology at Arabian Gulf University, with over 25 years of research experience in petroleum biotechnology and microbial biodegradation of hydrocarbons. He has collaborated closely with oil and gas authorities in Bahrain and Kuwait, contributing to applied environmental and industrial solutions, and served as a guest associate editor of Frontiers in Microbiology. So, Professor Vail, floor is all yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here in the second edition of the symposium. So it's really very nice to be here, and thanks a lot the organizer and OAPEC Secretary General, Mr. Gamal, for the kind invitation. Currently, I am leading the Environmental Biotechnology program at the Arabian Gulf University. We have a new center that was established last year, Center of Environmental and Biological Studies. And in my group, actually, we are focusing mainly on the applications of microbial biotechnology in the environment and in the oil and gas industry. So we investigate the capabilities of some dedicated microbes, mainly bacteria, to perform some of the refinery processes like desulfurization, denitrogenation, demethylation, upgrading of heavy crudes, even waste treatment, using biocatalysts, which are the enzymes which exist in every living cell, and as microbes are living organisms, they have enzymes. So the key players in the process are enzymes existing in certain types of microbes. These microbes, we get them from sites which are polluted with oil polluted environments. We get them from oil reservoirs because they live with the oil in the deep reservoirs. We isolate them from the environment and we start studying their capabilities and biocatalytic machineries. Specifically today, I will speak about one of those potential applications, which is biodesulfurization of diesel. Actually, why are we focusing on biotechnology? Biotechnology in general, when you apply a bioprocess, you don't emit CO2. So this is one of the direct benefits. There is no CO2 emission. And in addition, bioprocesses work under ambient conditions. You don't need high temperature, high pressure of hydrogen. You don't need metal catalysts. You don't generate waste. So it's totally green process, and it can be even more cost effective than the conventional thermochemical treatments. Why biodesulfurization? You know, hydrodesulfurization has some drawbacks in terms of the cost, efficiency, hydrogen utilization, of course, and resistance of some thiophenic compounds, particularly dibenzothiophene and its derivatives, to the hydrodesulfurization process. So all of these motivated us to look for an alternative technology or solution which can overcome the shortcomings or the disadvantages of hydrodesulfurization. So luckily we have some microbes in nature, so it's a nature-based solution. These microbes have the capability to capture or sequester sulfur from diesel, from fossil fuels in general, as I will show you in a moment how. So as I said, the process is environmentally friendly. Biodesulfurization takes place under ambient conditions. So imagine hydrodesulfurization requires high pressure of hydrogen, metal catalysts, very high temperature, but biodesulfurization takes place at the temperature in which you are sitting now, so 25 or even 30 degrees no metal catalysts, no hydrogen, no CO2 emissions. And since we are talking about a no emission process, this can contribute significantly to the efforts, the worldwide efforts to reduce CO2 emissions, particularly from the oil and gas industry, and hence reducing the harmful impacts of CO2 on our health and our planet. On a related topic, related field, we know that there are many methods, many technologies for carbon capture from the atmosphere, conventional, thermochemical, or physical technologies. But unfortunately, some of these can have disadvantages, several disadvantages, which can prohibit the application of these technologies. On the contrary, microbes are known, some microbes are known actually to live on CO2. So they require CO2 to survive in the environment, to grow, to replicate, to produce. So this is their main course, their food. So it's a natural process for some microbes to capture CO2 from the atmosphere, and actually microbes play a very significant role in the global carbon cycle. By fixing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into organic compounds, and these organic compounds can be further or later degraded again into the environment to release CO2, and so on CO2 is captured again by microbes and fixed into organic carbon. The beauty of microbial carbon sequestration is that you can not only capture carbon, but you can even transform the captured carbon into commercially viable products. So it's a kind of carbon capture and utilization. So microbes, as I said, they use CO2 to build their bodies, to build their biomass. You can use the biomass, the produced biomass, to get some products like biofuels. Or you can even leverage the fixed carbon dioxide to produce bioplastics, to produce biodiesel, biosurfactants, and all of them have direct industrial applications, even in the oil and gas industry, like enhanced oil recovery and so on. So this is our champion microbe, which we are currently investigating. This microbe was discovered 3 decades ago with the unique ability to utilize sulfur compounds in coal and in oil as a sulfur source. And this was the start of the investigation of the application of biodesulfurization. Usually, we use either diesel oil, hydrotreated diesel, as a sulfur source to investigate these processes, or we use model sulfur compounds, particularly dibenzothiophene, because this is one of the most resistant compounds to hydrodesulfurization. So how the process is happening? These types of microbes actually are endowed with a very unique and smart way to capture sulfur from organosulfur compounds. The pathway that you see on the screen, 4S pathway, consists in oxidizing the sulfur atom in dibenzothiophene to sulfone. This is followed by cleavage of the carbon-sulfur bonds on both sides. The sulfur atom is released as sulfite. This sulfite is used by the microbes, so they need sulfur to live. Like us, we need sulfur to live, so they also need sulfur. So they don't actually get sulfur from the diesel to clean the diesel. They don't care about the environment, but they need sulfur to survive and to grow. The beauty here is that the carbon skeleton of the compound remains intact, undegraded. So for dibenzothiophene, you get it as 2-hydroxybiphenyl, which by itself is a product of commercial value. It can be used as a biocide or as a biosurfactant. And this can be leveraged to preserve the calorific value of the oil. So these microbes are not eating the carbon content of the fuel. They just need sulfur and they get it. Unfortunately, biodesulfurization has not been applied yet at a commercial scale. And the main reason, among other reasons, is the very low biocatalytic activity. There have been some estimates that we need a microbe which can desulfurize from 1 to 3 millimole dibenzothiophene per gram cells per hour. We are still way below this value. We are still in the micromole range. So all efforts now are directed towards improving the catalytic efficiency of the process. Actually, one of the main hurdles of biodesulfurization research is that most researchers focused on this pathway. Nobody looked at what comes after the sulfur atom is released, how the cell deals with this, how the cell adapts to the presence of organosulfur compounds or even fuels as a sulfur source. And our hypothesis was that if we understand the process beyond the 4S pathway, maybe we reach to some potential hotspots in the physiology or the metabolism of the cell to be subjected to bioengineering that can lead to enhancement in the biodesulfurization activity. And we started to do this using very advanced molecular biology approaches, which we call systems microbiology. We took our microbe, we grow it on dibenzothiophene as a sulfur source, and to compare, we grow it on inorganic sulfate in another reactor as a sulfur source. And we looked at the differences between both cultures and the responses of both cultures. The first observation we made is that the enzymes of the biodesulfurization pathway are strongly induced in the presence of dibenzothiophene, which is expected. But in the presence of sulfate, the process is completely inhibited. And this is one of the drawbacks of the process. If the cell gets even traces of sulfate, they will stop doing biodesulfurization. Why? Because sulfate is easier to eat, to digest, just simply. Actually, this was not the only difference. We noticed that there has been massive and global changes in the physiology and metabolism of the biodesulfurizing cell. And this actually goes in the direction which we thought of, that the story doesn't end at the 4S pathway. There are other aspects which are not yet fully understood, and we need to know them to be able to bioengineer a highly efficient biocatalyst. We found changes and responses in every single aspect of the physiology of the cell. You name it: carbon metabolism, lipid metabolism, energy production, vitamin production, amino acid metabolism, you name it. Actually, with those findings, we managed to construct the first experimental model of sulfur assimilation in a biodesulfurizing microbe. We could even highlight the presence of uptake systems for dibenzothiophene, because to do desulfurization, the cell must take dibenzothiophene inside the cell. How this was happening was not known. But with these studies, we could highlight some of the potential uptake systems. This can help us to increase the ability of the cell to take more dibenzothiophene inside, and this might lead to enhanced desulfurization process. Just to conclude with this part, biodesulfurization for the cell is considered a stress condition because they don't have their preferred sulfur source, which is sulfate. They have a very challenging sulfur source, which is diesel itself, or even some of the thiophenic organosulfur compounds. So when microbes are subjected to stress, they respond. They make a stress response. We can leverage the stress response in some bioengineering endeavors to improve the biocatalytic efficiency and produce a more efficient biodesulfurization biocatalysts, which are more commercially viable for industrial application. Good, then what about CO2? Actually, to our surprise, in the same study, we found that some of the stress responses that happened under biodesulfurization conditions, which means in the presence of dibenzothiophene, that the cells induced or activated carbon capture machineries, carbon capture enzymes. Why this was surprising? We know that this happens only when the cells are starved of carbon. If they don't have carbon, they activate other carbon capture machineries to get traces of carbon from the environment. To live, they need carbon. But that this happens, we give them a lot of carbon in the experiment. We give them sugars, glucose, and ethanol. So they don't have carbon issue, carbon availability issue. They have sulfur availability issue. So why they induce carbon capture machinery under sulfate starvation condition? So we are trying to answer this question through further experiments now. Actually, we made further genomic analyses. We searched the genome of this microbe to see if it has other carbon fixation pathways, and we found many. We found, I think five or six carbon dioxide fixation pathways. So we are studying now which of those pathways are fully induced under biodesulfurization conditions. And the aim or the ultimate goal is to develop an integrated bioprocess. So you will have a bioprocess performing biodesulfurization and at the same time carbon sequestration or carbon capture. And maybe you add another element of utilization. So you utilize the fixed carbon, as I said, to get some bioproducts, some useful bioproducts. So it is a sophisticated bioengineering adventure, and it needs multidisciplinary, it needs expertise for multidisciplinary fields. You need a microbiologist, you need a biochemist, you need a biochemical engineer, chemical engineer, petroleum engineer. So you really need a team to come up with a biofactory or a bioreactor that can perform both processes in the same time. Of course, we are not working alone. As I said, this kind of work really needs multidisciplinary expertise. So we are really grateful for the funding which we get from Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Science. Arabian Gulf University also funded this project. And we thank our colleagues from the University of Kuwait, Professor Hoda Mahmoud, our colleagues from University of Strasbourg in France, and also the generous support from our colleagues in Northumbria University, the UK, and Bonn University in Germany. Just before I end, I have a very brief announcement. Currently, we are working on the development of a professional diploma in carbon capture and utilization technology. So it's my pleasure to invite anyone who might be interested to join us in the development of this program, either in teaching, curriculum development, assessment and evaluation of the participants, and so on. So please feel free to contact me in case you have interest in this. And thank you very much. I think I'm done with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Open for any questions if you have.
Thank you. Very, very interesting presentation, Dr. Waad. I mean, obviously, as you said, this is a promising CO2 utilization method for the future, but it's low TRL, as you mentioned. I mean, mineralization is much more advanced. So I think, what is the selling point for this? I mean, what is the sequestration rate? How much CO2 can, let's say, 1 ton produce capture? Is this a selling point for this method, or are there other selling points? Thank you.
Actually, the CO2 capture enzymes in bacteria in general and in this microbe in particular have a very high turnover rate. So I mentioned some numbers maybe in one of the slides, but the turnover is very high. And there is a chance to get a highly efficient process. Why? Because as I said, the carbon capture machinery is induced, is activated under biodesulfurization conditions. So when you deprive the cell of sulfate, inorganic sulfate, so when you give them diesel or dibenzothiophene, they boost the activity and the abundance of the carbon capture enzymes. Now, this is very important. So this means we will be able to develop the process with minimal intervention in terms of metabolic engineering or genetic engineering. But the turnover number is very high. They are very efficient sequestration enzymes, very efficient. And as I said, the main selling point is that the whole process does not produce CO2, does not need metallic catalysts, hydrogen, heat. You have it, biodesulfurization at 25, 30 degrees. And in addition, you capture carbon. And in addition, if you are lucky, you can utilize the carbon which you fixed, which you capture, to produce commercially viable products. So the process in general, if it is well designed, can be very economically viable. But it's a long way, I must say. Biodesulfurization was discovered 3 decades ago. 3 decades ago. But the approach was focusing only on the main biodesulfurization mechanism, which is the 4S pathway. Why? Because at that time, it was a very unique finding. Because before that date, before the discovery of those microbes, we knew that there are microbes who can utilize organosulfur compounds from fuels, but they can eat the carbon skeleton itself. So they use it as carbon and sulfur source. This means if you give them diesel, they will eat the diesel. So you are compromising the calorific value of the fuel. This is not what we want. This is good for bioremediation. If you have pollution with diesel or with oil spills, you can use this for bioremediation. Complete elimination of the substrate. But for biodesulfurization, you really need very fine and very delicate biocatalytic process. Just sulfur. So it's CO2 capture and sulfur capture.
I have one comment. So if we compare, I have one comment. So if we compare CO2 sequestration, like the injection of CO2 underground, it's roughly from 1 megaton per annual for a project to, the highest one will be 5 or 7 megaton per annual for one project of CO2 sequestration. Can you compare this to utilization of CO2 using microbes and bacteria? How big is it? So it can be like quarter of this project, half of the project, half of this amount, so we can get sense of the amount?
Yes, just is it possible to get back for some, it's not getting back. Can we get back to my presentation for some slides? I think maybe this is not possible now. Well, just to answer your question, no. Well, it depends on many factors.
From your experience, just a rough number, it shouldn't be just a rough number. Maybe it's 1/10, 1/9, half of this.
Even more. It can be more, it can be less. Okay. It depends on the type of the microbe. It depends on the environmental conditions prevailing. It depends on the size of the biomass that you are using. Yes. But the bottom line is that you have enzymes which are the biocatalysts, with very high turnover numbers. So they are very, very active in carbon fixation into organic matter. Very high turnover numbers. I have, yeah, maybe we got here, yes, this should be. So, for example, some of the enzymes can fix 1 million CO2 molecules per second. Then you can calculate. Need some mathematics. It is, yeah, that's what I'm said.
Okay, thank you very much again, Professor, considering the time. And he's still available if you have any questions, please feel free to go and contact. So with this, we are coming to the final presentation for this session. I would like to invite Professor Rehab El Maghrabi. Yeah, so she's a professor at the Faculty of Petroleum and Mining Engineering, Suez University, and an adjunct professor at the American University in Cairo and the Arab International University. She has supervised numerous MSc and PhD projects and published over 25 peer-reviewed papers. Beyond academia, she serves as the vice chair of the Mining, Petroleum, and Metallurgy section at the General Egyptian Engineering Syndicate. So, floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I replace this one? Oh. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to be here to present improving energy efficiency in ammonia production plant using machine learning. So mainly we are going to go through the ammonia production step. Why machine learning? Step 1, simulation and validation. And then step 2, modeling, development and machine learning. In the step 3, identifying potential saving. In step 4, machine learning and data visualization using Microsoft Power BI, and finally the conclusion. So actually, as we see, okay, so in this figure we can see that this is the steps of production of ammonia. So first we can use the fossil fuel, which is methane, coal and oil, any of them, but mainly it's methane. And then using reforming at high temperature, then we are converting this to syngas, which mainly are going to utilize this hydrogen, and in this process, CO2 is produced. We get this CO2, CO and hydrogen and steam mixture to water gas shift reaction to produce more hydrogen and get rid of this CO2 and, get rid of this carbon monoxide. In the next step, we'll produce hydrogen and carbon dioxide. We are going to separate this using acid gas removal. We need more energy for regeneration, and the more CO2 is produced, then with hydrogen, we need energy for the increasing the pressure, because we can reach up to 200 bar pressure for the ammonia production. So hydrogen and nitrogen are produced, reacted together to produce ammonia. So actually we can find that ammonia production is really energy intensive. It is actually using 20% of the fossil fuel produced around the world is used for ammonia production. Also, and this is clear here from this figure. So this figure is produced from IEA, extracted from IEA Institute in 2021. So ammonia production is compared to methanol, chemical gas, steel, and cement. We can find that ammonia coming the second as energy intensive industry. and also it is the highest for CO2 emission per ton of ammonia produced. So we can find that 1.3% of the CO2 emission, global CO2 emission around the world is produced from ammonia production. So we need energy efficiency to achieve lower CO2 production and reduce the amount of energy that we are using. So actually energy efficiency will achieve two targets. The first one is environmental one, so we are reducing the amount of CO2 that is produced around the world and emission, so it is going to mitigate global warming. The second one is an economic, so we are going to use less fuel for the production of higher amount of ammonia. And actually to put this in the context of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, through the energy efficiency achievement we have in ammonia production, we can achieve UNS Development Goal number 2, which is zero hunger, because we are going to produce ammonia, which can be transformed to fertilizers. And SDG number 7, affordable and clean energy, and SDG number 13, which is climate action. So why machine learning? We have a huge amount of data available from this industry. So how we can put this together to reach to a performance prediction and pattern recognition using machine learning, so we can improve the performance of our plants. And this is what actually we are going to do. So the first step here is to using simulation and validation. Using an actual ammonia production plant, we simulate this using HYSYS. We put this on HYSYS, and then we validate our result. We want the plant to work on HYSYS. So we are going to validate our result. We divided it to 4 intensive energy production sections. The first one is the reforming section. In the reforming section, it is utilizing fuel gas. This is the one. So this is the, I'm sorry. So in the reforming section, we are here producing, utilizing fuel gas. So in this fuel gas, and also we are utilizing steam, the mid-pressure steam, low-pressure steam, and we are producing high-pressure steam. In the second section, the package boiler section, we are consuming fuel gas. And in the synthetic gas compression section, we are consuming high-pressure steam, electricity, and producing mid-pressure steam. And the fourth one is the air compression section. We are consuming mid-pressure steam and electricity. Actually, to get sense of this, we want to reduce the energy, increase energy efficiency, reduce the energy consumption. The energy consumption actually is utilized for heating, for the feed, and for steam generation. So we're going to work on heating and steam production. So this is example of what we get from HYSYS, so how we simulate this. Then the second step is to model what we are, to develop the machine learning section. So the machine learning section is in like five steps, okay? Another 5 steps. So the first one is defining the scope and boundary. What is the boundary for our plant? What is the scope of what we are going to do? The second thing is the data preparation. So we need to generate data. So how we are going to generate this data? Using our HYSYS simulation. We developed 3,876, we run this through 3,876 times, because actually we have our HYSYS to validate our model, so we can safely use this data. Then we have to select the algorithm. What is the, to identify the variables, what is the X and what is the why. Here, you will find here. So we said that we are dividing it to 4 sections: energy intensive section, the reforming section, the synthetic gas compression section, the boiler section, and the air compression section. For each one, for the X, we identified the X, which is mainly regarding the temperature in and out, the amount of fuel, the amount of oxygen that is utilized, and so on. And for the Y, it is just 2, is the fuel consumption and the steam generation. In the fourth thing, we want to train our model. We want it to generate what is the formula that you are going to use. We have developed a huge amount of data. We divided this data. 80% of this data was used to train our model. 20% of the data was used to test what actually generated. And this is a screenshot of the Python programming that we used. The fifth one is testing and evaluating our model. So the 20% remaining data was actually used to test our model. Step 3, identify potential saving. I think I missed them, sorry. Okay, so for training the model that we have here, we developed the equation that we are going to use. The fuel consumption against the variable, steam consumption against the variable. So this was generated using our model. For backed boiler, the same. For synthetic gas compression and air compression section. So this is what we get from our model. And then the 20%, we are testing the data. I'm sorry for jumping. Step 3, identifying potential saving. So I want to identify the savings that we get from using this machine learning technique. We applied this on 4 actual ammonia production plants. And we can see here that, for example, for plant 1, this is the amount of natural gas that is consumed, actually consumed, and this is the optimum amount that we can get. And actually, the savings that we can achieve, so we can find the saving in natural gas can reach 1,844 kilogram per hour. Operating cost, we can reach to $3.9 million saving. And actually it's depending on the plant that we are testing. Because plants have different capacity, so we want to get an indicator of the performance of this plant. So we have an indicator, it's called SEC, which is the specific energy consumption, which is the amount of energy that we are consuming per ton of ammonia that is produced. And this, you can find here in this figure, on the red line, it is the actual SEC, specific energy consumption, and the blue one is the optimum energy consumption. And you can find there is a huge gap, so there can be a reduction. Okay. The final step here is to data visualization. So we are using Microsoft Power BI for data visualization of what we are doing. So we can get sense of what is the actual using, like it's a live monitoring of what we are doing. Like this SEC, the actual one here for the plant, the red one, and the blue one for the plant. The amount of CO2 that we can reduce per tree per year, so we can save like 1 million tree or higher, 1.5 million tree per year, just by using this energy efficiency and machine learning. So this is showing screenshot of the Microsoft Power BI that we are using for the different section, energy consumption section. Okay. So to conclude what we are doing, so we have an actual ammonia plant. We get the data from this actual ammonia plant. We put it on HYSYS. We simulate it. We validate it using the data that we have from this plant. So we make sure that the simulations that we are doing using HISIS is actually validated, and then we can generate data from this simulation. We generate this data. We use this data after defining the boundary in our machine learning. So we develop an algorithm, and we have approved data. We divide this data. 80% were used to generate the equations that we are going to use, and 20% were used to testing. And we reach saving. So one of the plant here, we reached some of the saving was 1.9 saving in operating, and in other plant we reached $3.9 million of saving. We reduced the amount of CO2 that is produced, ranging from 2.3 ton to 4.7 tons of CO2 reduction. So thank you.
Sorry, any questions, please?
So, thank you, doctor. It's a very interesting presentation. You refresh actually my memory. I started my career with the ammonia plant back in 15 years back. So although now I'm in downstream industry. So when you talk about the ammonia plant, related to the decarbonization, since our today's session is a decarbonization, I'm wondering why SMR, steam methane reformer, with the blue hydrogen is not considered for the ammonia production in the region. Do you have any idea? This is all machine learning. It's a very good topic. I'm just wondering that in the region, are we using SMR, including blue hydrogen, to produce the ammonia? Because it's a low CO2 reduction model.
Yes. You mean, I want to repeat your question. You are asking why, if we are in the region, Middle East region, we are using blue hydrogen for the production of ammonia. Yeah. Yes? Okay. So actually, why I am going to use blue hydrogen for the production of ammonia, to produce blue ammonia? Yeah? Where is the market? So I want to consider the market for selling this blue ammonia. So mainly the market will be for green ammonia. For the blue ammonia, you are not going to get reduction in the for credit or getting CO2 credit for the blue ammonia thing. So from my knowledge, will be one of the topic hindering this. But there is some try, so they are trying, because actually if it's increasing the price, because you are adding CO2 capture in the flow gas. Because when you produce CO2, you are utilizing the CO2 in your production. But until now, this is not a blue ammonia. You have to capture the CO2 from the flow gas in order to be a blue ammonia, or blue hydrogen. So actually you're adding a price, extra price, without a dedicated market that will accept your product. So I think this is why what is keeping things like stopping the more production of blue ammonia, from my point of view.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other question? If not, thank you very much, Professor. So we will do the certification now, but just an announcement to make. Dr. Yasser just mentioned, because for the next session we only have 2 speakers, so we would like to continue, if that's okay with you all, so that then we can finish and then we can go, yeah? So thank you, but before that,
Thank you very much, all. Excuse me, as at the end of this day, we have only two presentations, so we will continue and we will finish early, inshallah. The next session will be moderated by Dr. Wael Musallamani. And the title of the session is The Future Trend and Innovation in the Energy and Petroleum Industries. I would like to welcome Dr. Wael. Also the speakers, Mr. Yasser Ghayati and Mr. Barander, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. Thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. Welcome to our last session for this day, session 3. As Dr. Yasser mentioned, we have only two speakers. Our first speaker, Mr. Barinder Guy. Mr. Barinder serves as the Director of Technical Marketing and New Business Development for the MENA region at Alima, based in Birmingham, UK. He leads the company's technical marketing strategy and oversees global initiatives in biofuels and bioenergy. Mr. Barinder, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And again, before I start the presentation, I thank OPEC organization for this opportunity, and also all the excellencies and dignitaries here to support this event. So before I start, I think when you are coming to a conference and when you talk a lot about sustainability, decarbonization, your mind starts thinking, you know, this is something which is something great. I can give you an example. This morning when I was in my room and I started looking at the shampoo, and then it says plant-based, you know, and this is what you want to see. So it's not only, I think we talked about this, that this journey is not a collective effort, but it also starts from an individual approach. So I think the way you look at things and then the way you try to fit, how we can fit in, how we can be a part of this change, I think that is what it's all about. So my title will be Balancing Performance and Sustainability in Demanding Petroleum Downstream Applications. And safety first means we are all here for a long time, but this is something which we always give a very high priority within the Alima organization. I'm not talking much about the organization because there is a short video which I'll show so that you get a better idea. It's a Swedish company, 160 years old. We used to be called Sandvik, probably you heard the name, but we got divested 3 years ago, and then now it's an independent company, mainly into stainless steel. So I will start with this small video. This will need a voice, please.
To the refinement of our very first alloy. Ours has been a journey of constant, powerful progression. Fueled by a desire to care, deliver, and evolve. We've been moving materials forward, turning raw into precision, and advancing industries for over 160 years. For the benefit of our customers, our people, and the future we share. And just as we use our expertise so customers can be their very best, more efficient, more profitable, more sustainable, we look forward to new ways to serve them, new ways to progress. We are Alima, a brand inspired by our heritage and our people to innovate new, unique materials, to spark potential, and above all, to advance, societies, ambition, industries, materials, and our partnerships. Together. Alema, forged from the past, engineered for the future.
So I hope this gives you a little bit of background on our company. As I said, the headquarters are in Sweden, in Sandviken, but we have global manufacturing to cater to MENA region. We have mills in India, we have mills in China, but the starting material always comes from Sweden. I think that's what I'll talk about in this thing. So now a little bit of change. You heard a lot of hydrogen and other subjects. I will little bit dig on biofuels. And this is a follow-up presentation from GDA last year, where I presented when we just started. Now in this one, there are some updates which I would like to share with you. SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. I'll quickly go through some of the production pathways. And I know we already have expert in this room, so I won't talk much on the process side, especially considering back here. HEFA process, this is something which, because I am leading this biofuels globally for Alema organization. So we started looking at this maybe 3 years ago, and now we have some successes, so just to share with you. The case story, which we have now, and I think this will give you some, a good example if you have similar issue in your refinery, especially conversion from fossil to biofuels. Then I will connect that to energy transition segments. Of course, you talk about your material, you talk about corrosion, but how it connects to sustainability. I think that's something talking about industrialization in the steel sector. What is steel sector doing to, going to do as a part of this journey? So I think some short story on that. Sustainability and LCA. Again, we heard a lot, and I would like to thank the presenters previous to this because they already covered scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So I don't have to go in detail. However, there is a flip side of it. What is important for us? That I'll come to that. So you talked a lot about 1 and 2. For us, is 3. But let's keep that suspense for now. And then summary and conclusion. So of course, biofuels, by definition, you all know, derived from biomass, or I simply say something which can be derived from living organism and can be easily replenished. So that's what, the source of biofuel is. So what was our focus? Our focus was mainly biofuel refinery and all biopower plant project. And interesting to see your biomass example, what you showed. Why biofuels? Of course, we have this journey now started, transition from fossil to bio. 2050, again, it depends region to region. So I'm taking example of Europe where I'm based, but I know, for example, in India, it's 2070. So it all depends on, because it's not easy, let's be honest. It's not a switch button you can just turn from coal to gas or something like that. It will take time, but how we can contribute, I think that's very important. Of course, then these are all the definitions, but yeah, biofuels can be carbon neutral when the feedstock crops absorb as much as CO2 during the growth as it's released during the combustion. So this is just what I already explained, but so you have biomass waste with these sources. Either you can have lipids or you can have cellulosic material, which will convert into biofuels. But then how the industry is progressing, there are blend versions by a process called FEMA, which means you have biodiesel. You have seen this in already petroleum or petrol pumps, 15%, 20%, something like that. But then, of course, you have the last part, which is either SAF or HVO, so Sustainable Aviation Fuel and hydrotreated vegetable oil. Now, SAF is mainly targeting the airline industry, and that's where you see now a big revolution. I know for sure, of course, we have a lot of European airlines, but also we have a lot of airlines, for example, Emirates and others here who are started using this SAF, maybe a blend version, but this is the way to go forward. This is just a slide to give you a little bit of flavor. So we talk a lot about different processes. So HEFA is the most matured process for now, which is hydrotreated ester and fatty acid. This is global production cost, and this I have taken from one of the conferences in Brussels. But I will not go through everything, but if you just look at the consumer cost, euro per liter, that matters a lot. So this journey, when you convert, what is the cost of the fuel when it lands at the pump? I think that is very important, and that also gives you, so the more matured process for now is HEFA. Fischer-Tropsch has been there for ages, but still for this conversion is a little expensive. Alcohol to jet, especially the ethanol route. I have seen some projects now kicked off, and I think that is something which is going on. And power to liquid, we have some pilots, plants, and studies, but this is so far the most expensive process, and it will take time to a little bit mature. But having said that, the developments are so fast, because when I started this study, at that time, we saw Asia nowhere. But today, if I go back, even if I look at China, there are so many biofuels projects in China. So I think this is all depending on the grip you take, the speed which you go for, and the available resources you have in terms of, the feedstock. I will not go into details, but yeah, when you are converting from fossil to bio, especially taking an example of refinery, so you have pre-treatment unit and you have hydrotreating unit, the two key components. That's where the major game changes. Because the feedstock changes, so the corrosion issue changes. You don't have much of sulfides, but you have more of chlorides, and then that leads to a lot of corrosion issues. So the current material, which was 304, 321, for example, is not good enough. So you have to pre-treat that, and there you need some kind of exotic alloys, and that's where I'll come in the next slide. So a little bit of material. So what was happening, especially when you have, say, 321, 347, these kind of alloys not working, then we saw some specifications coming from the licensing companies directly switching to very high nickel alloys. So I talk about C276 and 625. And no question, these are one of the best alloys available in the market. However, I just wanted to give you a little bit of teaser. If you look at, and this is just based on some calculations we did. So if you just take example of feed effluent exchanger, you're talking about 5 to 15 tons, and I'm just talking tubes here because we are into tubular business. You talk about reacts, 6 to 40 tons depending on the size of the react, and then heat exchanger, 5 to 10 tons. Important is to look at this picture. So you see these are the main constituent of making steel. So you have nickel, moly, niobium, and tungsten. And the price of these, so this changes the game. Higher the nickel, higher the cost. Moly can compensate, but I think this is what happened, if you know, 2 years ago when the nickel market got busted, and overall the nickel prices saw sky-high rise. There was a shortage of nickel. There was not at all any production of nickel. Now, as you saw the video, so we are an innovative company, 160 years old. We have been developing a lot of new materials based on the feedback from the market, mainly the corrosion resistance alloys. And that's where this alloy was developed. So this is called Sanicro 35. If I go to AMP, I call it alloy 35 MO for the NACE standards. And this is exactly, so what was happening, so you heard about all these alloys. You have austenitic, duplex, and super duplex. This is something which we also innovated, hyper duplex, super austenitic. But when there was nothing in between, the only option was to go to nickel alloys. So this area was a gray area. And that's where this alloy was developed by Alaima. We launched it just actually during the COVID. And then we launched it during the AMP conference, which was NACE. We got the innovation award for this as well. So the tagline for this bridges the gap between the super austenitic and high nickel alloys. We were very much known in the market, but now considering the project cost, no one wants a very expensive solution. And this is exactly the same, wherein the price is much lower, but we don't talk commercial. It's mainly based on CPT, CCT, and other corrosion parameters. And this is something which, so of course we do the melting only in Sweden. Then we can transport the bar to any facility where we have the production units, and that's where we can do the tubes. So India, China, Germany, US, everywhere we have the plants, depending on catering to the regions. So this is a little bit of comparison, but I think important here is to see this part. So how we compensate. If you see these two alloys, which are very high nickel alloys, compared to what we have with Sanicro 35, it's only 35% nickel. So that was the game changer, but of course, you know, when you are there with a new alloy, it's not a magic. No one will accept it because you don't have any reference. So for that, we have to go for very extensive testings, autoclaves, but also I believe we have someone, or we were supposed to have someone from Honeywell. So the first, because go-to-market route was, so we did exhaustive you can say testing with Honeywell in Houston, in ammonium bisulfide, ammonium chloride solutions, but then for biofuels especially. So this was a case study. This is a Swedish refinery. And because we were already promoting this material, so the EPC already knew about this material. So they approached us because the original material was C276. And then they said, can we check if your Sanicro 35 could be a possible solution for this particular case? Of course, we had some testings done, but then they asked us to do various testing on different pH levels. We did it at French Corrosion Institute. Based on that, we presented to the end user and the EPC. Finally, they picked up this material, and this was for pre-treatment unit, somewhere around 40 tons. So the order was placed, but if you see the total cost saving, this was just on the tube, was more than 1 million euro, without compromising on any of the mechanical or corrosion properties. So these equipments are under fabrication in Europe, and I think I can share now because it's in public domain. So this is Preem Refinery in Sweden, which is undergoing this biofuels, the new plant. And then, of course, there were a lot of additional savings on shell, tube, and piping systems. So that was just a case story when we talk about the material side, and these are all the segments wherein we are working now. I just mentioned about one segment, but we are trying to venture all different segments. We heard a lot about hydrogen, CCS. Of course, in Europe, we don't have much of solar. So, but yeah, we see a lot in this region, which is quite great. Now, connecting this to LCA, I think this is what the main interest for everyone here is when we talk about decarbonization. So, already talked about sustainable steel. So, we aim to include sustainability in every aspect of our business. I won't read through, but I think important is just to, we use over 80% recycled steel material in our manufacturing and reduce, this is of course the CO2 emission target by, with 50% by 2030, which will be amounting to 66,500 tons of recycled steel. So this is our LCA approach. We call it cradle to gate. Now, I was mentioning, Mr. Raj, when you mentioned about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. For us, scope 3 is the most important because we are dependent on our supplier who is supplying us the raw material. And this raw material is coming from mines. So you have absolutely no control, you know, on the emissions. So that's where we started looking at that. So we have precise specifications, even if you are sourcing from mining. However, because we use most of our own recycled steel, so that's where we gain an edge compared to other steel suppliers in the market. What are the influencing factors for carbon footprints when producing stainless steel? So as I already mentioned, raw material, because it amounts to 60 to 90%, which you are outsourcing, which is a part of scope 3. I think that is very key when we are producing any steel. Process, so when you are producing steel, either you have electric arc furnace or you have blast furnace. Now why I'm showing this, because this also makes hell lot of difference when you have the final product. Blast furnace is again a lot of gas, and that could relate to a high CO2 emission. Electric arc, it is electricity, but in our case, because we have all this coming from, I think in the next slide I'll show, So most of our electricity is renewable electricity. In Sweden, it is 98% fossil-free electricity, which we are using for the production. And then this is just a comparison. So there is, just to quote, no way we want to demean any region, but this is the fact because we are privileged, maybe in Europe, to get this source. So that's the reason. If you compare our source with one of the source mentioned here, so you can see 2 tons CO2 compared to 12.8 tons. So it's a massive big difference. But this is what the journey has to be started. We are doing this, we are privileged, we can get this kind of electricity, we can get resource, you know. So this is needed when you talk about decarbonization even in this region. Very important. And as I said, this is not a switch that you can just turn on and off. This needs time, effort, and a lot of money. And I think that's very key. This gives you some idea, if you see, region-wise. So fossil fuels being used, amount, and then when you come here, then you see more of renewable. Now this could be nuclear, this could be hydro, this could be any form of renewable energy. But here, if you see, Sweden is quite ahead because we have that privilege. So 98% what we use is a fossil-free. It's a renewable source of energy or electricity. Now, if you just see the comparison, the carbon emission CO2 to make 1 kilowatt in Sweden is 45 grams, comparing to Germany, 385, China, 534, India, 633. Again, there's no mean to demean, but this is fact only because available resources in the region. That helps you to reduce the carbon footprint and then do your LCA. So already I mentioned this, source of energy, fossil or non-fossil. This is a key derivative when you're talking about especially the suppliers who are supplying to you. So when we come to you, then we become maybe your scope 3, because sometimes you are buying equipment, you are buying tubes from others, but I think that matters a lot. When you do your whole LCA life cycle costing, when you are in refinery, I think these all steps, I have been talking to a lot of companies, mainly into, you can say, licensing. I think in Europe, they will start getting carbon credit for this if they source from someone like who can produce this data, saying and comparing, saying that the CO2 emissions for the product supplied is already very less. So I think that really helps in further studies. Sure. Okay, sure. So this is the final Sanicro 35 I started, but this is just an example of that bar material. So here you can see this is made from recycled 60% steel. Even if we compare this with our high nickel alloy, you can see the comparison 4.85 to 7.25, but if we compare with alloy 625 of Asian origin, you can see so wide difference. And this all reflects to what I have shown in the past slides. So recycled steel, raw materials from sustainable suppliers, clean energy, advanced material technology, Alima tube products. So I'll just end with this last video, and then you're good to go.
Sustainable, we will lose customers. So it's hugely important today. And it will be even more important tomorrow.
For us, it's not scrap. It's not waste. It's a product. So that's why we call it secondary raw material. Today we are at 84% secondary raw material in our process. This is a super high number. I would say it is a world-class number, but we are striving for 90%.
We're working with leading AI researchers where we're trying to use artificial intelligence to be able to determine better the actual distribution of compositions in our internally recycled material. Then we can increase the proportion of recycled material that we use.
And then it starts to become real circularity when you can develop a product, produce a product all the way, you ship it to the customer will use it. 10, 15 years later, we disassemble the product, take it back, bring it into our process and reuse it again.
The industrial area in Sandviken is one of the biggest in Sweden. So to move material here on the site, we have 150 diesel-powered vehicles. We have changed the fuel from normal diesel to biodiesel, and by doing that we have reduced the CO2 emissions with 92%, 2,200 tons per year. And our target is to halve our CO2 emissions by 2030. We're using the residual heat from our steel mill to heat our buildings. So in 2023, we believe that we will be independent of oil to heat up all the buildings at the site.
Our manufacturing process allows us to provide our customers with products that are long-lasting and high quality. This lets them in turn be more sustainable and have a lower carbon footprint.
So I think that was the last video or the slide, and this is the conclusion. But I think this is just a small message. Just with the small changes, if we can do it, I am sure you are already doing it. I think I reiterate the collaborative efforts in the market with all the stakeholders. I think that is the journey. It's not easy. We still have funds, which are the main criteria of doing all these changes. So hope we will be up to the mark, but we have to start journey together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you so much. Really interesting presentation, especially this new Sanicro 35 grade stainless steel. Going back to the, there is a famous saying in engineering saying, for every solution there is a better solution, or for every problem there is a solution, and for every solution there is a better solution. However, the new solution will have its own new negative branches. One of the things that we are facing, especially with stainless steel, or the challenges, is the hydrogen-induced corrosions. What are the defects or the things that you are facing with this grade compared to the other, I would call them classic grades, when it comes to hydrogen-induced corrosion?
Sure. No, that's a very good question. So basically this is mainly for sour service, as I can say. So the pH and the acidity, I think that drives this, because also the temperature range. So if you compare this with duplexes, 250 maximum, 300 maybe if you can take. This is, we have already code certified up till 550 degrees. So basically this is a bridging, as I said, bridging the gap between the duplexes, stainlesses, and high nickel alloys. So you can also now use it for high temperature applications, but also for wet corrosion. So I think that's where it differentiates the market. And within 2 years, we are successful, to be honest, booking in all sectors. So whether it is petrochemical, refinery, biofuels, even glycol. So we have different applications, but case-to-case basis, we look at the parameters. We never want to over-specify anything, but yeah, where it fits in, so these are some of the applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is about the recycled material. Where is it coming from? Is it all coming from Sweden? And in terms of growth, future growth for the production of this material?
Yeah, so you are correct. It's mainly Swedish, our scrap, what we generate. But then if you saw the video, we have also started with buyback. So if we have sold material somewhere, we try to get it back. I think, but this is something which we have some issues with duties and all from some of the regions, but from Europe is it very straightforward. So yeah, thank you. Sorry, there is one more question from the lady.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting presentation. This is Dr. Anna from the Ministry of Energy. My question is, can you please provide us with some perspective on the cost for low emission steel versus the regular way of having steel? Just an overview.
It's very interesting, very good question. If I can, I showed you the slide for the biofuels, wherein I showed you some comparative costs for landing at the petrol pump. So I think this will be similar in the beginning. However, if you ask us, we are maintaining the same pricing because main driver is alloy surcharge. So if there is any differentiation in the price, that is mainly due to alloy surcharge. I showed you nickel, moly, chrome, the way it goes, but so far, because it's a new development, we were thinking of it, but we have not introduced that. And once we introduce this, I know our peers will start doing it. But of course, if the energy cost is costing us too high, then of course it will reflect in the price. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to our next speaker, Mr. Yasser Gayati from TOPSO. Mr. Yasser has a master's degree in chemical engineering from the Technical University of Denmark, and he's currently the Global Vice President and Managing Director for the MENA region at TOPSO, having 18 years of experience in engineering and commercial leadership, and his key expertise in the field of ultra-low carbon, hydrogen and ammonia solutions. Mr. Yasser, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for a fantastic event and for inviting us here to speak. My name is Yasser and I'm from TOPSO. And my main message with this presentation today is that low carbon hydrogen and low carbon ammonia are going to play a major role in the energy transition and to combat climate change. So before we dive into this, I would like to say a couple of words about TOPSO, and I'll keep this very brief. Every third molecule of hydrogen that is being produced today in the world is passing by a TOPSO solution. This gives us a lot of insight into generating hydrogen and also gives us a peek hole into how the future would look like in hydrogen production. The reason why we believe in hydrogen's role in the energy transition is because of the versatility of hydrogen. It can be used to fuel, it can be used as a feedstock itself, or it can be used you could say, to generate heat. So either as a fuel, heat medium, or as a molecule in a chemical production, such as generation of ammonia. We are not alone in this belief of the versatility of hydrogen. The Hydrogen Council has made a lot of projections over the years. From their 2021 report, they forecast that hydrogen production will double more than sevenfold from now on till 2050. So a lot of this is going to be driven by new applications. But to understand the current dynamics of hydrogen trade, I think we need to look into the global trade balance here. This trade balance, I have to say a small disclaimer about this slide. This was made before the trade war started with US politics. So of course everything can change later on. However, as it looks today, most of the production is either in the Middle East or in the US, and most of the consumption is in the Far East. So to look into new projects here in today, we need to figure out who are the off-takers. And the main off-takers are either Japan or Korea, or to a lesser degree, the European Union. What is common for all of these off-takers is that they look not into the color of the hydrogen or ammonia. They don't care about green or blue to a large degree. They care more about the carbon intensity. So let's define that. The carbon intensity needs to be looked at from a full cycle, from a cradle to grave, as Mr. Barinder said before. We need to look at where we are taking the natural gas out of the ground, all the way through all of the steps, including transportation, energy that is used for transportation, all the way to the production side. And when we capture CO2, we also need to follow the CO2 all the way to its sequestration place. One of the things that are very peculiar about this is that the production of hydrogen, when we have natural gas at a site and needs to convert that into hydrogen, is not going to be the limiting factor. We believe we have solved the task of reducing the carbon intensity in the production step. The main factor, the main contributor to the carbon intensity is going to be the fugitive methane emissions. I know that we are lucky to have a presentation about this tomorrow, so I will skip this subject for now, but just say that fugitive methane emissions are a major contributor to the carbon intensity of the final product. In this slide, we are showing examples of carbon intensities from different pipelines going into Europe. On the left-hand side, we see the carbon intensity of the pipeline going from Norway to Germany. It's a 1,000-kilometer pipeline, and it has a very low carbon intensity because of the policies of Norway that was implemented in the 80s. They needed to have no emissions and no flaring at all. So there's a lot of development that went into this, and we can see the result of it in the carbon intensities today. On the right-hand side, we see Russian gas being imported into Europe, at least before the Ukraine war, and that had a very, very high carbon intensity. When we combine this with production of hydrogen, then we find that the main contributor is the pipeline carbon intensity. And in fact, if we combine the best available pipeline carbon intensity together with the best available production step, which is by the SynCore process, then the overall carbon intensity can reach below 0.45. This would put us in the same bracket in the Inflation Reduction Act as green hydrogen. And projects would qualify theoretically for the same subsidies as green hydrogen. This is very, very, very low carbon intensity. Now let's focus a little bit more on the production process. And there are different technologies out there. Topsoe has multiple technologies itself because we are present in many different fields, both when it comes to methanol production, ammonia production, hydrogen for refineries, as well as other applications. For that reason, we have had to develop many different production technologies. I will not go through all of them, but really focus on one, which is, in my opinion, going to be the main vehicle to drive mega-scale blue hydrogen production today and in the future. And that is the one that you see on the top left corner, called SynCore technology. What differentiates SynCore technology from other technologies is that it can reach ultra-low carbon intensities. More than 99% of the CO2 being in the process and the CO2 that is being flared in a fired heater can be captured. So, and very, very efficiently. In fact, if we just look into the capturing of the CO2 from the process step itself, the necessary CO2, then we can capture 99.3%. If you compare that against conventional processes, SMR processes, we heard a question before about why we are not converting SMR processes into blue hydrogen. Well, that's because you have to capture CO2 from two places, both the process side and the flue gas side. And the flue gas is just very, very expensive place to remove CO2 from. And another thing that, another reason why we believe Syncor is going to be a vehicle for decarbonization in the future is because of the economy of scale that it provides. When we compare that against other available technologies, we see that it is possible to produce hydrogen with capacities that are 3 times higher than SMR units in single trains. This itself gives a major boost to the economy of scale. And this is not just theory. We have actual units in operation that equals a capacity production of 6,800, almost 7,000 metric tons of ammonia per day. This is mega scale. The maximum we can do with an SMR-based unit is around 3,500 metric tons. So we have more than doubled that. And this is, by the way, in operation. Of course, this translates directly into a reduction in levelized cost. We have seen levelized cost reduction that exceeds 20% in various projects, but I have to say that this definitely will depend on the project-specific conditions. So this is not a general number, it's just a guideline for now. I'll come back to the point that I made before about flue gas CO2 capture. When we look into hydrogen production, with a subsequent ammonia synthesis, we have to go through a mandatory reforming step. That step is common across all processes. If we utilize an SMR-based process, we have to capture CO2 both on the flue gas side and on the process side. But if we do that through an autothermal reforming, a Syncor unit, we only have to remove that from the process side. This gives a benefit because the partial pressure at the process side is much higher than on the flue gas side, and therefore the cost of capturing CO2 is much, much lower. The way we do this in a flow sheet level is by having a feed purification step followed by autothermal reforming in one single reactor. And it is not a very big reactor, by the way. The maximum size that we have designed is around 5 meters in diameter. So this is not a huge reactor. We follow this with a shift section and then the CO2 capture. And here we can use multiple different CO2 capture processes. We will hear from one of our colleagues from BASF tomorrow about CO2 capture using a solvent-based process. This is one of the processes that we also use, so I will not go much into details about that. When we have the hydrogen ready, we take it into a synthesis loop that you all know as a Haber-Bosch process. So this is a very conventional and well-proven process. The heart of this autothermal reforming process is the autothermal reforming reactor itself. This is a picture of the autothermal reactor that we use. It has some benefits, both because of very, very simple design and because of some key parameters, such as the burner, the refractory, and the catalyst. All some things that we produce ourselves and that we are in full control over. This has been one of the main drivers behind our development, and this was why we were able to take the technology to the level that it has today. Again, this is a very well-proven technology with more than 150 years of accumulative operating experience across the different Syncor units that we have in operation. I will leave that for the read in the presentation that you will get afterwards, after the conference. There are many projects that we have in operation. You can see them in bold here. All the ones that are not in bold are projects that are in various phases of construction. So this is really a you could say, developed technology. Why is it not here in the Middle East today? Well, I think that it will come. We do have projects in the Middle East. The main driver behind that, as Dr. Rahab said before, is going to be the off-takers and their willingness to pay the premium for the additional cost. I completely agree with that. So this is really what will determine whether more projects will come on stream. But we do have some projects on the ground already. I will give you one example only, and this will be my final slide where I will end. This is a practical example that we have from projects we are doing with ExxonMobil. We studied ExxonMobil's Baytown facility together with ExxonMobil for more than 2 years. And what they really wanted there is to decarbonize the entire petrochemical facility. It's a very, very large petrochemical facility with both the refining step and further downstream petrochemical production. So there are multiple sources of CO2 emissions. They have many point sources of CO2 emissions, many fired heaters, many reformers. And one of the options that they had in front of them was to capture the CO2 from all of these point sources. Now, if they had to do this, they had to have a lot of CO2 capturing units or a very large one, and they had to capture CO2 at very low partial pressure. So very, very costly process. Alternatively, they could build a very large Syncor unit to produce blue hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen, with more than 99% CO2 capture. And doing this, they can burn the hydrogen in their different fired heaters and reformers to generate the process heat that they need to run the petrochemical facility. When they do this, they will no longer have CO2 in the different point sources. And therefore, they will not need to capture CO2 from the different point sources. However, they will need to capture CO2 that is being captured on the process side in the hydrogen production unit. This hydrogen has a very high partial pressure and therefore much more economically to capture. So we studied both options together with ExxonMobil. As I said, it was a 2-year study, very, very thorough study. And they opted to go for this solution because the overall economics was in favor of this. I have to say this is not a solution that maybe will fit all petrochemical facilities. This also depends on the subsidies they can get in US as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. So it is very important to keep an eye on the actual sites that you want to decarbonize and then see what solution will fit best. Perhaps a hybrid solution would be a good solution in some cases. I would like to end here by thanking the organizers one more time, and thank you very much for your attention here at the last presentation of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Yasser. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Thank you, Engineer Yasser, for the fantastic presentation. One clarification I need to understand when you talk about the low carbon intensity hydrogen. You said 2 options are there. One is to, on the fuel side, you put the methane or natural gas, or we put the blue hydrogen, right? And
can you hold the mic a little bit closer?
Okay. So it was not clear. Sorry for that. I'm just asking that you talk about the 2 options on the fuel side, and you said because the fuel side we don't have to capture the carbon. The reason being, you propose to put blue hydrogen as one of the option. And the other option, which I understood that you are going forward with Exxon, is to go with the methane itself, natural gas on the fuel side. Then there will be a carbon emission is still there, and the emissions will still be on the higher side.
Yes, so all producers will have one of the 2 options to choose from. Either they will burn natural gas as most producers do today, and then they will have CO2 at the flue gas side, or they can burn hydrogen, and then the emissions will just be steam.
Okay. On the process side, I see that you push the methane, but at the end of the day, it's only going to be hydrogen. what is in the process that there's no CO2 emission? Like, is it something proprietary as of now? Or
Excuse me, I don't, I cannot hear you very well.
I'm just asking, like, when you, on the process side, when we feed the natural gas, I saw the product is only hydrogen, right? You get the hydrogen. What happens to the CO2? Is there a CO2 capture that is inbuilt in your Senkur process?
Yes. So when we have after the shift section, we will have a CO2 removal section. And there we use either a solvent-based CO2 capture, such as a BASF waste unit, or we can capture the CO2 after the PSA as well. And we are doing both.
Okay. My last question, like, what was the role in the economy of scale? Why you bring that there should be a very large scale production to bring down the cost? Like, where is that factor coming in? Why should we have a very huge production, not a 3,000 tons per day, but a 7,000 tons per day and beyond? Like, what's the reason of this economy?
So I think if I understand your question correctly, having large scale production in itself will give us economy of scale. I think we will all agree about that. The question is, do you have an outlet of that large capacity? Does it make sense? Is there a business case for that? And in the case of ExxonMobil, there was a sense in doing this, both because they could burn part of the hydrogen to decarbonize their facility and lower the Scope 1 emissions in their entire facility, and also because they could take a fraction of the ammonia that we are also producing for them. So there was not only hydrogen, there was also an ammonia synthesis that was using part of that hydrogen, and they can use that to sell it in Japan and Korea. Because of the combination and because of the higher premium they could get on their low carbon intensity products from the Baytown facility, the business case made sense in this case.
Okay, thank you, makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just a quick one, Yasser, from my side.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm a little puzzled because this morning there were some questions on blue versus green. And there was a comment mentioning that blue has a very short life cycle, which I also don't agree. What are your comments on that? Because this is a big debate in Europe. I think green, everybody wants to use it, but the cost of having a green versus blue, I think that economics doesn't work. And we are also working a lot with blue, but you as a specialist, your comments?
So I have to say that today I spoke about one thing that Topsoe does, which is blue hydrogen, but we are also an electrolyzer manufacturer. We do a lot of green hydrogen as well and green ammonia. In fact, the NEOM project in Saudi Arabia will have a green ammonia plant by Topsoe. So we are very, very involved in the green side as well. What I have to say about this is that there is no silver bullet, in my opinion. I think that we will need both the green and the blue solutions. In my personal opinion, I don't see that the low carbon blue hydrogen or blue ammonia, that it has a short shelf life. I think that it will exist for many years to come. And it will have its benefits because you can produce it at very large scales already today. So we can accelerate decarbonization by doing this now, while we are scaling up renewable electricity production and the green hydrogen production as well. I think we need both. Thank you.
So, no further questions. Thank you very much again. And now it's my pleasure to present to you the certificates of appreciation.
Thank you very much for your attentive listening and for your questions. And also, I would like to thank all the speakers for their sharing their insights and the experience. I would like to invite the speakers for today to take a photo group with His Excellency Engineer Gamal Lugani, the Secretary General of OABIC. All the speakers of today, please. Engineer Ahmed. See you tomorrow, inshallah, by 8 o'clock. And we are inviting you now for the lunch in Mazazik Hall, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Record.